Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism, and much else. It's also a show on which you can participate. You can help shape the show by joining in to the YouTube chat or by calling in to the Zoom call. There's a Zoom link pinned in the chat. Just click on that link or dial the phone number and we can have a conversation. It is Thursday, October 9th, 2025. And it has been 5 days since my last stream. Usually it is 4 days between streams, but I had something going on yesterday, so I postponed a day. And maybe that'll happen again, but I try to stream every 4 days on average, but every 3, 4, or 5 days, something like that. And this is mostly unscripted, so I rely on you all who are watching, listening to raise topics. And I see we've got Robert and Greg already in the chat. So thanks for being the early chatters. Good afternoon, good morning, whatever time zone you're in, Greg. And Robert with the strawberry, still going strong with the strawberries, which is some kind of inside story, which I never got the story of, but he likes them. He says, "Good afternoon, Dan and company. I forget sometimes how controversial that is." Do you mean the title? I titled today's show, um, Ayn Rand is good, Donald Trump is bad. Well, with the question marks. So I leave it open as to whether Trump is good or bad. I think he's bad, but if anyone out there wants to debate me on that, you're welcome to do that. You can call in or participate in the chat, and we can go back and forth on it some. And then I also said in the title that reason and egoism are good, and emotionalism and altruism are bad. And that is certainly controversial. So if anyone wants to debate me on that, feel free to do that as well. I mean, not controversial to many of my listeners who are already fans of Ayn Rand, objectivists, but many other people. I had a lot of people come by my last show who were trolls, actually. So not everyone who comes across my channel is already on my side on a lot of issues. So if there's anything you want to debate, uh, feel free. I invite you to. Um, See, we got some more chats coming in. Robert says, comment number one. Oh, let me share the chat. I usually do that. Share the chat on screen. Oh, Jason is also here. Hi, Jason. Okay. All right, now you can see the chat with my Pacific timestamps here. So I was up to Robert's comment number one. He says, first time mankind heard this, it was coming from a snake. Ha, yes, I suppose all of us objectivists are literal devil's advocates to the faithful. Uh, that's a reference to the snake in the Garden of Eden, and you've got it in quotes. Um, Comment number one, where you're quoting this. So, and here's another quote. All right, so where are these comments coming from? What is the source of these quotes? Um, Greg says new Overton window on show schedules. Yeah, I had an appointment come up, and it's actually it might be a recurring appointment on Mondays and Wednesdays. It's still kind of up in the air what the schedule is going to be going forward, but so far I had an appointment Wednesday last week and then Monday and Wednesday of this week. So every 4 days would have been, if I streamed every 4 days, I would have streamed yesterday, but since that appointment came up, I decided to delay today, and that might happen going forward. I don't think it'll go more than 5 days. Like if the next 4 days, like 4 days from now is going to be Monday of next week, so I might have an appointment again, in which case either I'll stream Tuesday instead of Monday, or maybe Sunday, or maybe I'll do it on Monday anyways, but just have a shorter stream. I'm not sure yet. To be determined. Um, yeah, Jason's on Pacific time. So the second comment from Robert is New Age BS. All that does is lead to selfishness. We are here for others. Our ultimate reward is not in this life. Don't read the book. Funny, I haven't written a book yet. Okay, I'm still a little confused on what the source of these comments is, because you're quoting these. So where are these comments coming from? By opening a second window, I can see that my comment preceding those quotes was deleted. Oh, so you had a prior comment here in the chat, but it was deleted by YouTube automatically. Okay, so Robert says, suffice to say, those were comments I received online today. Okay. All right. I don't know why YouTube deleted those. Maybe because it was too early. Some of these comments are before 11, which is when my stream goes live, but I think those get preserved in the live chat replay. At least sometimes they do. So maybe your prior comment was before 11, and maybe this was the time when YouTube did not preserve it for some reason. I'm not sure. Greg says, you've the troll bait's temporary occupant of the Oval Office's name list. Maybe there's a got missing. You've got the troll bait temporary occupant of the Oval Office's name listed in the title. Yeah, I thought maybe that was what brought out a lot of trolls out last time. Do I still have that? Well, I changed the title, but I still have Trump in the title. I talked about his speech to the military brass. He used this phrase, the enemy from within. And then I asked, is Trump making a move to be dictator? And then I got a bunch of trolls coming on my stream. Actually, I still have my troll list here. It's right here, ready to show you. So these were all the trolls, 9 trolls that I blocked. They were saying all this racist, white supremacist stuff, a bunch of garbage. And you can see some of their names, like this guy, Dylan Roof, is named after a mass murderer. And something I noticed after the stream, another thing that told me there's something fishy going on here, is the dates are often the same. So you can see, if you go to the YouTube channel of these trolls, you can see the dates that their accounts were created. And I saw that many of them are the same, like this one, July 28th of this year, also July 28th, July 28th. So the three accounts were exactly on the same day. It's like having the same birthday. What's the odds that in a group of 9 people, 3 of them have the same birthday? So this seems clearly coordinated. I don't know if this is all the same person, or maybe a small group of people who were creating accounts on the same day. But here also, August 4th, August 4th, August 4th. So in quick succession, some people were creating troll accounts. This guy was turns out to be a Nazi. Like some of these people I never heard of, but this I think this was the guy who stepped in for Adolf Hitler after Hitler died. Um, I didn't even know who some of these people were, but they like to name themselves after Nazis. So, a little tip, if you have trolls showing up on your chat, if you're running a channel, if you Google the name, you can find out some things about them. They often name themselves after famous people, and they don't have content, so I wrote no content on their channel. It's like no videos. It's so maybe they created their channel just so they could troll. And then after the stream, I blocked a couple more people who I wasn't sure about during the stream, but then I saw a little more information. Oh, I think the main thing that made me decide, yeah, they're probably trolls is the dates. Because look, here again, we have July 28th, which is the same day as three of the troll accounts up here, and July 29th, which is the next day. Again, not named after famous people. Um, so I figured these were probably also trolls, so I ended up blocking them. And then there were a couple other people who I wasn't sure at first, and they proved to be okay, so I never blocked them. But I had 11 trolls, most likely 11 trolls who showed up, which I think was more than I ever had before. And maybe they were attracted by the Trump in the title, so we'll see if I get some more of them today, because I got Trump in the title again. I think this is the, I guess this is the first time I had Trump in the title during the stream. I put Trump in the title after the stream before, but I don't think I ever had it during the stream. Jason's doing the one letter per line thing that some of the trolls were doing because they were saying some offensive things, which YouTube probably would have screened it out if they wrote it all in one line, like the racial slurs. So they would spread it out across lines. All right. So yeah, maybe we got some more troll bait here. But I think I'll try to screen them out faster today if they come by. Now that I've developed a system for dealing with them, I think it'll go quicker. All right. Jason says, I hope there is no troll or troll hunting today. Yeah, hopefully not. Okay. Jason says he had a question from a week or so ago when we were talking. Sorry if you spoke about it and I missed it. Oh yeah, right. Jason called in and we talked about contracts, what kind of contracts are legal or should be legal? Like what about contracts to undergo a sex change operation with a surgeon? What about a contract to have someone amputate your limbs? What about a contract for indentured servitude? Should such contracts be allowed? If not, why not exactly? And I still did, I'm still not entirely clear on that issue, but I'm glad we at least had some discussion of it, recorded some of our thoughts on the issue. So that's the question Jason is talking about. I don't think I've discussed it since then on stream. Uh, Jason asks, what are your thoughts about debtor's prison more broadly? If you cannot pay someone on a civil matter, do you think you should be incarcerated? I haven't thought about that. You can, I guess you can seize someone's assets if they have assets. Maybe that's reasonable, but I don't know if it's right to imprison someone if they fail to pay a debt they owe you or someone. I don't know. I guess it's not obvious to me that it's wrong, at least for a limited time, to jail someone if they've failed to pay a debt. So they put someone else out. Um, so yeah, maybe some amount of jail time is reasonable. But as I said, I haven't thought about that much. Um, yeah, Robert says, yes, when creating sock puppet accounts, they create multiples precisely so they can move back and forth between them. I've had some people come on my channel who I've seen them create sock puppet accounts or alts. They're called sometimes alternative accounts in real time. Like I'll block them during the course of a live stream. And then a few minutes later in my live stream, they come back with a different account. And I know it's a different account because I go to their channel and I see it was created on the same day. And they're talking about the same kind of things in the same kind of way. So I think it's pretty clear it's the same person. And sometimes they just use a small twist variation on the username. Oh, Wade is here. Hi, Wade. He says, what is the name for a group of trolls? A blob of trolls. Yeah, I had a large blob of trolls last time. But maybe I screened them all out because they're not showing up yet at least. Maybe they gave up. I think they might give up if they're not getting the kind of attention they want. Like if they can see they're getting under your skin and they're really getting a rise out of you, then maybe that encourages them to stick around. But I was very calm about it. Um, so maybe it wasn't fun for them. Maybe they got bored and left. All right. So, what should we talk about today? Now that we don't have any trolls to weed out. I've been doing some reading. I could give you a reading update. I don't know that I have any more to say about this question Jason asked about debtor's prison. Did that exist in the US or only other places? I can do a quick Google search on it. Debtors' prisons were historically institutions that incarcerated people who could not pay their debts, but these were abolished in the US in 1833. Despite this abolition, modern-day debtors' prisons are a reality where people are jailed for their inability to pay criminal justice debts like fines and fees. These contemporary practices are often criticized as unconstitutional and predatory, trapping poor individuals, disproportionately people of color, in cycles of debt and incarceration. Okay, so it used to be allowed in the US, but no longer is. Do you have a view on that, Jason? As to whether there should or should not be debtor's prison, or does anyone else have a view and want to explain why they hold the view they have? Maybe there's some arguments pro and con given here. So what else? I'll give you a reading update. So I've been reading a lot about England lately, medieval England. I'm up to Henry IV now. He was the king from, let's see if I can remember, 1399 to 1413. And during his reign, he or the English Parliament passed a law that persecuted Lollards, Lollards. That's what they were called. This was a religious sect, a proto-Protestant sect. They had some views which distinguished them from the Catholic Church. And a law was passed that allowed them to be burned. I can show my screen, a different screen that says a little about this. My Wikipedia screen. So here's the article on the Lollards. Lollardy was a proto-Protestant Christian religious movement that was active in England from the mid 14th century until the 16th century English Reformation. Who was initially led by John Wycliffe, a Catholic theologian who was later dismissed from the University of Oxford in 1381 for heresy. Okay, and so there was this law passed called De Heretico Comburendo, an act of the Parliament of England passed under King Henry IV in 1401 for the suppression of Lollards. The act punished seditious heretics with burning at the stake. The act was one of the strictest religious censorship acts ever enacted in England, affecting preaching and possession of Lollard literature. So I actually found this act passed in the second year of Henry IV's reign. That's what this means. Chapter 15. I'm not sure if that's what the C is, but Henry IV in the second year of his reign in 1400. There's a link to it from the Wikipedia page right here, text of statute. So I pulled that link up here, and here it is. You can read the act, and they have very long sentences. Like, where's the first period? It goes on and on and on and on and on. So it's not very easy to read. But if I do a find on the word burn, there it is. You can see where it says, it's going to be a little out of context, so I don't know if it's going to make sense, but it says, the people who are preaching this unorthodox or heterodox beliefs, the Lollards, shall receive and them before the people in a high place. So I guess they'll be burned in a public place before people, maybe on an altar so they're easy to see. Uh, um, they will be burnt so that such punishment may strike fear into the minds of others. So this was interesting to me to actually see the original legal text. I've never seen that. Like, I've heard about in the Middle Ages that they burned people in at the stake, but I haven't actually read the article, the official legal act of the English Parliament that said heretics would be burnt. But it looks like here's the citation as to when it was repealed. Maybe during the 25th year of Henry VIII's reign. So he became king in the early 1500s. So this was maybe a century later that this was repealed. Chapter 14, first year of Edward VI's reign. Chapter 12, first year of Elizabeth I guess that's Elizabeth I. Maybe they only give a number if it's not the first, but there was only one Elizabeth at this time. And 29th year of Charles II's reign, chapter 29. So maybe there are tweaks made to this law during different English monarchs. I don't know if they repealed different parts of it, because you can see how long it is. So maybe they tweaked the law first under Henry VIII and then Maybe they made another change under Edward the First. Uh, so I'm not sure, but maybe that's what this is talking about. Okay, let me come back to the chat. Share the chat again. Where's that window? Oh, here it is. All right. Greg says, not sure why I looked this up. Wade the Snuggle Puppies, also known as the Troll Squad, is a group of trolls. Hmm. Okay. Thanks for coming by and giving the stream some likes. See, we're up to 6 likes now, and it says we've got 8 people watching. Simon has just joined the chat. Hi, Simon. Hope you're having a good week as well. This is my YouTube studio view. I get some other analytics, but I can still see the chat over here. Let me go back to the white chat, this screen. I did a poll once and people said they preferred the white chat over the black chat. That's the one that I usually show. And I'm just, excuse me, I'm pulling that up on my phone here. I think it is one troll, so their pronoun is singular, the troll. Making them plural gives them too much credit. You think all those all those accounts are one troll? That's a lot of accounts. Some of the dates are significantly different, like this one. So a lot of them cluster around late July, early August. There were 3 on July 28th, 3 on August 4th, 1 on July 29th. But here's one from August 6th of 2021. So that was 4 years ago. Here's one from December of last year, 10 months ago. August of 3 years ago, or 4 years ago. So if the dates are a sign of different people, then maybe there's at least a couple people here. But you can see some of these, like this guy, his actual YouTube account, he named it after Dean Withers, who is a liberal debater, but he misspells it Daen. But over here, he spells it Dean. So this is probably the same guy. He likes to troll Dean Withers, I guess. Often dates will be preceded with a C or a CA circa. These are abbreviations of the Latin circa, which means around or approximately. Right. Yeah, I think in the title of the acts, though, it's something else. Like I've seen CA and C on Wikipedia, but in the context of those acts of parliament, I think they stand for chapter. I mean, they know the exact date, so there wouldn't be a reason to just give a circa date. So my guess is that the C there stands for chapter. I don't know chapter in what, maybe in the statutes book or something. I don't know exactly what publication might be being cited in those Wikipedia articles. Okay. Jason says, it makes me wonder if someone should do some limited work in prison to compensate their victim. and pay for their own incarceration. Say there was a charge of theft. Yeah, maybe that would make sense. They can do some kind of work in prison and then give their paycheck earnings to the person who they stole from. I do not know exactly about criminal penalties in a capitalist society and how they work. I imagine there could be some, like, to cover court costs. Then what if they are not paid? Wade says, I don't think being financially negligent should lead to jail time. Intentional harm is another question. What if you're intentionally financially negligent? Or is that a contradiction in terms? Um, what if you know you're being negligent, but you don't take any corrective action? You just persist in your negligence? Is it then intentional? Like you're not paying your rent or something, and you're not looking for a job or doing something and to be able to pay your rent. You're just hoping that the landlord will have pity on you or something. Would that be intentional financial harm? Did you end up watching the debate with Andrew Wilson? Yes, I did. You asked a few shows ago about a debate between Andrew Wilson and Michael Liebowitz. And I did watch that, and I, I talked a little bit about it on at least one of my streams. Oh, this one here. And I say deviant sexual practices. That actually made the title. So I guess I talked more than a little bit about it because the issue of necrophilia and incest came up in that debate, and you had asked me about that. And I think I said that I talked some about it in the stream where you asked about it. That's right. This was the one where you told me about the debate, and then in between this stream and the next stream over here, I watched that debate. So I guess most of my discussion was in this live stream. But Michael Liebowitz actually he left a comment. I don't know if you saw that. Um, oh, here you are. Here's it. Here's the chat from that stream. And somewhere you you ask about the debate, and there was a comment left by Michael Liebowitz right here. I'll show it to you. And I read this on the next stream, I think. So here's Michael Liebowitz's comments. So you can read that. He says the questioner didn't get my exchange with Wilson. I'm not sure if he's referring to you there. Maybe he's referring to you. Or there was some also discussion with Leighton Preon. So I'm not sure which person he's referring to here. But anyways, he says some things. He summarizes his take on the debate here. Wilson began with an ad hominem, misrepresented Ayn Rand, etc. So yeah, I watched that, and it made me think that I probably should not debate Andrew Wilson because I don't think he was really sincerely trying to have a productive discussion, which gets at the truth. I think it seemed like he was more interested in just trying to make Michael look bad, and he was talking over him a lot, interrupting. It didn't seem like a good faith, respectful, civil kind of conversation, and I don't want to engage with someone like that. So I don't think I'm going to debate Andrew Wilson. I actually interacted with him a little bit in a Discord chat a few years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and I offered to debate, and I think he said he would debate me, but then it just fell apart. I think I might have asked him like what time would work, and never got a reply, and then I just dropped it and I didn't pursue it. So, but I don't think I will pursue it based on what I've seen from Andrew Wilson since then. But maybe we could talk about that some more today if you're interested in discussing that debate or those topics. Okay. White knight's good, black knight's bad, unless you're paying, unless you're playing chess. Then it just keeps the sides straight. Oh, white chat window versus black chat window. Yeah, most people preferred the white chat window. Have you been paying attention to Candace Owens's complete meltdown? I don't know about that. I don't pay close attention to Candace Owens. Sometimes I hear about her or just see a thumbnail, someone else's video about her, or sometimes Yaron Brook talks about her on his show. But I don't keep up with her, so usually what I hear is just if Yaron talks about her in a little segment on his show, or I might see a thumbnail on someone else's video on YouTube, which gives me some idea. What did I hear? I guess the latest thing I heard about her was that she got a hold of some text messages from Charlie Kirk, which um, were about him uh, thinking that he should not be as supportive as Israel as he had been because he had some Jewish donor who said he was going to withdraw funds, or I don't know if he had already made a donation, but maybe not give a donation that he was contemplating giving of maybe $2 million. I think Euron discussed this on his show. Maybe that's where I heard the number 2 million, but there was some large donation from a Jewish donor, but the Jewish donor said that he's not going to donate if you associate it with Tucker Carlson. So I don't know if Charlie Kirk had been on Tucker Carlson's show or the reverse, or if there were plans for that to happen. But this Jewish donor or potential donor was saying that somehow Charlie Kirk has to distance himself from Tucker Carlson, given Carlson's anti-Semitic comments, explicit or implicit comments. I'm not sure um, what exactly about Tucker Carlson this Jewish donor had in mind, but I think he was concerned about anti-Semitism and said that he's not going to donate to Charlie Kirk unless Charlie Kirk distances himself from this Jewish donor. Sorry, from Tucker Carlson. Um, and then Charlie Kirk was saying something like, well, maybe it's better to distance himself from the Jewish or Israel side. And Candace Owens published, I don't know if she was the first to publish these text messages, but I guess she at least helped give them a lot of publicity. Um, that's the latest I've heard about Candace Owens, who I've heard is herself like Tucker Carlson. Also, she says anti-Semitic things and or traffics in Jewish conspiracy theories. uh, So that's the latest I've heard. I don't know if you have something else in mind about when you refer to Candace Owens's complete meltdown, but you can let me know in the chat if you want. Maybe you already did. Okay, so Greg says the date you brought it up on was not in the same vein as the coded line, as the line reading about the repeals. Okay. I think you're talking about the titles of my stream. Oh, the coded line, is that the deviant sexual behaviors? Is that the coded line for necrophilia and incest? Is that what you mean here? I you're repeal. So I think you're again talking about the English Acts of Parliament, because I was talking about how the that burning heretics at the stake act was repealed, and I was trying to decipher the code of like the year and the year of the reign of the various monarchs. I think that's what you mean by coded line. So you say the date you brought it up was not in the same vein as the coded line. Okay. I'm still a little unclear on what you mean there. So maybe you can elaborate if you want to. Okay, then Wade says throughout evolution we were conditioned to eat the fruit before it goes rotten. In the modern world, delayed gratification leads to financial domination over those that seek instant gratification. These tendencies were lead to perpetual wealth inequalities. And then I guess Greg is asking a question to Wade. I'm bouncing around between different topics here that have come up. So it's I'm juggling a bunch like three or four different topics. They keep coming up. So I don't know what the best way to do this is. Like maybe if I can see quickly that some of these topics or some of these chats are all related to one topic, I can go through those and then cycle back and go through a different set of topics. Maybe I'll get better at doing this over time. But let me look at this one again from Wade. In the modern world, delayed gratification leads to financial domination over those that seek instant gratification. So if you save up money, that's a way of delaying gratification instead of spending it right away. Then you can become financially dominant over others. And then they might become your debtors and you're their creditors. So I'm guessing you're continuing the topic of that Jason raised about debts, because you're talking about wealth here. Oh, so you're saying we were conditioned. So by given human nature, given the way we evolved, um, we we consume quickly. We're conditioned to consume quickly. So some people still do that. And in the modern world, you get penalized because you're now dominated financially by people who have learned not to consume quickly, people who have learned to postpone instant gratification. Wealth, and this leads to wealth inequalities. I don't have a problem with wealth inequality. I think everyone has the ability to postpone instant gratification. I don't think we are evolutionarily hardwired to consume things instantly. I think this is a, a feature of human beings, which I have mentioned on my background here, free will. We can choose to not succumb to our immediate desires. We can postpone gratification, but that's an issue of choice. But I think it's an issue of choice open to everyone. Um, and some people who make wiser choices than others will acquire more wealth than others. Some people who don't choose wisely, people who are irrational, they give in to their immediate desires to consume without saving for the future. They're not acting long range. They will have less economic power and maybe they'll become indebted to other people. And I'm not saying debt is necessarily a bad thing, but depending on how you acquire debt, if you do it by acting irrationally, by caving into out of context emotions, then you can acquire debt that if you were rational, you wouldn't have. Um, but that's an issue of choice. I don't think that's hardwired into us. It's not a necessary part of nature, of human nature, that we succumb to immediate desires. Huron Brook has talked about how he often lives on credit cards, uh, at least in past decades, and it helped him a lot. So I'm not saying debt is irrational. It can be rational, but it can also be irrational. It just depends on how that debt is acquired. Simon says, Wade says, fair answer. Thanks, Dan. You're welcome. See, that's a case where I was able to quickly see a related comment to what I was just talking about. So I skipped over the in-between chats and I went straight to this one. So maybe I can get better at doing that to preserve the continuity a little bit. But now I'm going to cycle back to Simon and the topic he raised. So he thinks that comment from Michael Liebowitz is about him. Then Simon says, I think Andrew was a completely bad faith interlocutor with he spelled Locke as in John Locke, Locke, instead of Locke. I don't know if that's an English spelling because I think you're in Europe, but at least the US spelling is Locoutor. Okay, so you say, I think Andrew was a completely bad faith interlocutor. I was just saying Michael didn't look good under the circumstance of it all. Okay. Uh, um, I was wondering if I were in that debate, if I would have ended the debate within the first minute where Andrew Wilson insulted Ayn Rand's with profanity, um, if I recall correctly. I don't know if I would have continued past that point. I don't think I've ever ended a debate in just like on the fly like that. I've been cut off by other people. At least I can remember one time where someone cut me off in mid-sentence, but and that was after like, I don't know, half an hour or so. It was going on for a while, but I don't think I've ever cut someone off in the middle of their sentence or like it's always been a natural end to the debate, like a soft landing. So, oh, Matthew Stroud is here. Hi, Matthew. But did I finish reading this chat? Yeah. Okay. And then Greg says he's away from the keyboard now, but I guess he's back because I see him down here. Uh, okay, that's back on the topic that I was just talking a minute ago. Delayed gratification. Okay, then Matthew says, what I've seen of Wilson, Andrew Wilson, he is smart and understands his side of the arguments, but really only gotchas less able people like OnlyFans girls. He tries to puff himself up by beating people, beating in quotes. Yeah, I did get the sense he was going for a lot of gotchas. He kept pressing on this topic of um, necrophilia or incest, non-reproductive incest. I think he qualified it that way. I don't know. I'm not sure why. Maybe he doesn't have as much of a problem with incest if it's reproductive. Because if you're a Christian, and Andrew Wilson is a Christian, you think and you take your Christianity seriously, then I think you view sex as only for the purpose of reproduction, not for just pleasure. So maybe if it's reproductive incest, he doesn't have an issue. Maybe I don't know if that's. I just thought maybe that's to because there's a lot of reproductive incest in the Bible. I mean, if you start with Adam and Eve, right? There's only two people, and you're going to multiply and get thousands or millions of people eventually. Well, they are all have to start from the same family, right? So maybe there's a lot of incest in the Bible. I mean, I've been reading the book of Genesis not too long ago, and I don't remember all the family relations. I drew a genealogy chart to um, better visualize the family tree, and maybe there was some incest there, but I couldn't give you a great example. Maybe some of you know um, better than I do. But anyways, I'm guessing now. I wonder if that has something to do with why Andrew Wilson used the qualifier non-reproductive incest. But he kept pressing on these issues, and Michael would give some kind of answer, but I guess Andrew Wilson wasn't satisfied with the answer, or he thought it wasn't really an answer to what he was asking, so he just kept pressing on that, and he wouldn't move to another topic like the more fundamental issues of um, ethics, like that Michael wanted to talk about. Um, and that went on for, I don't know, 45 minutes until I guess Michael just hung up at some point because it didn't sound like there was a smooth ending to the call. It just ended sort of midstream. Simon says, I guess this is about Candace Owens again, more about the dishonesty and conspiracies she's peddling, as opposed to the Charlie Kirk texts that I was talking about. Well, I think the texts, maybe there is a connection to a conspiracy, maybe by one step removed or something, because I think one of her conspiracies is that the Jews or Israel were somehow behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. And maybe she was drawing some connection there, like, oh, here's evidence that the Jews were putting pressure on Charlie Kirk. They were threatening to withdraw or not give some large donation. And because Charlie Kirk didn't go along with their threat, and he just said, okay, well, I'm not going to be pro-Israel any longer, or maybe I'm going to be less pro-Israel. I don't know exactly how he thought of it, but maybe she would say, well, because Charlie Kirk decided not to take the Jewish donation and instead go with the Tucker Carlson side, that's what caused the now there's a motive for the Israel for Israelis or Jews to kill Charlie Kirk. So I don't know. I'm just guessing. So, but I'm thinking that maybe there is a connection between what I was talking about with Charlie Kirk texts and her conspiracies about the Jews. Okay, Robert says deferring consumption is often very wise, but what that looks like depends on your hierarchy of values. It depends on what you want from life. In Ellsworth Toohey's words, the style of a soul. This just reading your chat made me think of, I was jumping again to a different topic, back to the financial topic, but it made me think that one way to prioritize your chats, if you want your chat prioritized, then you can super chat. Once I get super chats going, but even before that, um, you can sign up on Patreon or PayPal, and that's another way to financially support me and my show. And if you do that, I will give your chats priority, address them sooner, or spend more time on them. So that's going to be another thing that factors in to how I manage the chat, the sort of financial support I get. I actually just got a new Patreon supporter recently, a couple days ago, I think. So thank you to you. You know who you are if you're listening to this. And I don't know if I should state the names of like the new Patreon supporter. I think I should probably get permission first because I don't know if everyone wants it to be public. But I guess if I'm going to give you priority in answering or engaging with your chats because you are a Patreon or PayPal supporter, then I might need to be able to say your name publicly. Otherwise, people are going to be wondering, why am I spending so much time on this person's chat? Are they a Patreon supporter? Or it might be a little awkward. So maybe you'll have to be a public supporter in order for me to give you, in order for me to prioritize engaging with your chats. Or maybe I can find some way to prioritize it without making it public. But it might just seem awkward. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that. But anyways, coming back to Robert says, deferring consumption is often very wise, but what it looks like depends on your hierarchy of values, depends on what you want from life. Yeah, it's an optional issue. It's not a mandatory issue. Some things in life are optional, like what profession you have. Not everyone has to be a lawyer or a Uber driver or an acrobat or an athlete. There's just so many options, but you have to have some kind of productive activity in your life. That's not optional. You can't just be a couch potato and spend your whole life rotting on the couch watching reality television and eating Doritos. So that's whether you're productive or not is not an optional issue, but the form that your productivity takes, that is very optional. I have productiveness. I list that as that's one of the virtues. I listed the 7 virtues Ayn Rand identifies on my background here. Pride, that's another one. Independence, integrity, honesty, justice, pride, productiveness. Oh, the only one that it's not here is rationality. That's the cardinal virtue, but I already have reason here. So this is the faculty of reason. But if you exercise the faculty of reason, then you are exercising the virtue of rationality. So, um, but all the other virtues I have listed here, these are aspects of being rational, different ways of being rational. So it's rational to be independent, it's rational to have integrity, rational to be honest, rational to be just, and it's rational to be productive. That's the one I was just talking about. So that's a core virtue in objectivism. But the form that your productiveness takes, as I said, can vary widely from person to person. It's going to depend on your interests a lot, your backgrounds. Okay. Do you value financial domination in quotes or financial independence? That's one obvious sense of life issue, says Robert. So if you put financial domination in quotes, then maybe that means you don't think it's really domination because if you have a if you're living on credit cards, like some people, maybe leftists would say you're being exploited, uh, and we've got to put a cap on the interest rates um, to avoid gouging or unfairness. So maybe that's why Robert has scare quotes around domination. Maybe there are some legitimate financial arrangements which people call exploitation or domination, which aren't really that. Who is Kiki? I didn't even see Kiki before. Did that come up prior to that? Robert says Kiki is someone who doesn't just use a small part of her primary hair grooming tool. She uses the whole comb. All right, that's news to me. The precursor to philosophy of a culture. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. Some topics are rightly eschewed. I guess this is talking about the debate topics that came up between Andrew Wilson and Michael Liebowitz. The topics of necrophilia and non-reproductive incest. Some topics are rightly eschewed, not that they are untouchable for mystical reasons, but because they are antithetical to reasonable, virtuous behavior. In some topics, I think they're just gross, and there's no reason you need to discuss those specific topics when the point could be made equally well in regard to some non-gross topic. So why talk about some disgusting topic when you could get the point across just as well by using a non-disgusting example? I've had some people try to get me to talk about gross hypotheticals in a Discord chat I remember once, and I just said, I'm not going to talk about this. This is gross. Come up with a different example. There's no reason I need to engage with this particular example to illustrate the principle I'm trying to discuss. So even discussing them seriously is an affront to rational values, says Robert. For a case study, see the Philosophy in Action podcast of Diana Shea and the John McCaskey ouster, The Mighty Schism of 2010 to 2013. I haven't listened to much of this podcast, but I have heard some things by Diana Shea, which I recall being distasteful and made me think, do you really have to talk like that? Like, could you come up with a cleaner example to illustrate your point? So, yeah, I do remember finding her content off-putting. Um, and then there was some connection between that and John McCaskey ouster. So for anyone who doesn't know, John McCaskey, he was on the board of the Ayn Rand Institute for a number of years, and he eventually left the board. He resigned, and there was this he had made some criticisms of David Harriman's book. David Harriman was a physicist. He wrote a book called The Logical Leap, and um, this book was something he worked on with Leonard Peikoff. Leonard Peikoff wrote the introduction, I think, but at least the first chapter or two were presenting Leonard Peikoff's theory of induction, and in the rest of the book, the David Harriman gave examples from the history of science to illustrate Leonard Peikoff's theory of induction, and John McCaskey was a student. I think he was a PhD student at the time, or maybe he already completed his PhD in the philosophy of science. I think he focused on Francis Bacon. And he had some criticisms of David Harriman's book. And Leonard Peikoff didn't like that and thought John McCaskey shouldn't be on the board of of the Ayn Rand Institute, or if he's going to be criticizing this book by David Harriman, which I guess Leonard Peikoff thought very highly of. And so I guess a choice had to be made. Either Leonard's going to disassociate from the Ayn Rand Institute, or John McCaskey has to leave the board of the Ayn Rand Institute. But you can't have both. I think that was the situation that was confronting the various parties. And John McCaskey eventually resigned from the board. So that's just some inside baseball for anyone who doesn't know about the history of the objectivist movement. That's what Robert is referring to when he cites the mighty schism of 2010 to 2013. Now, I might have just said 2010. I'm not sure why you extend it to 2013. Maybe there was some more fallout that happens. I think McCaskey initially withdrew from the board in 2010, so that's when it started. But I don't know if there were some later goings on. And I guess Diana Shea, she weighed in on all this and gave her opinion on the whole split. But I thought that was probably also in 2010. So um, I'm not sure what the next 3 years adds. I don't know what Robert has in mind by that. But anyway, let me go to some other chats here. Oh, Greg says Kiki is a character in The Fountainhead. Kiki Holcomb. Yeah, I remember her. Was that the daughter of Ralston Holcomb? Kiki is a character in The Fountainhead that came up in reference to the style of your soul. Oh, okay. So Robert was giving that as a quote from Ellsworth Toohey. So maybe Ellsworth Toohey was talking to Kiki Holcomb there. The style of a soul for $100. Is that what he said? I don't remember that passage very well. I remember that phrase, style of a soul. It's pretty memorable. But yeah, Ralston Holcomb, was he one of the clients of, or potential clients of the Franken and Hire architect firm in the Fountainhead? I don't remember. Wade says one's lineage grows in binary. This is back on the incest topic, I guess, with the Bible and how many, like, what kind of relations those people had in the book of Genesis. Two parents, four grandparents, then eight, 16, and so on. 33 steps up. There is 8 billion people. Talk about incest made me think of this. Yeah. I said something when I was talking about this in this stream from 12 days ago, deviant sexual practices. Yeah, that was my stand-in for the topics of necrophilia and incest. I think it was in somewhere in this stream where I said, well, maybe incest just means within recent generations. So if you go back a few generations, if you have some kind of common ancestor, maybe within the last 3 or 4 or 5 generations, I don't know how far you go back, but at a certain point, if we were all descended from monkeys or the same unicellular amoeba type organism, then we all have some ancestor in common, unless we descended from independently existing single-celled organisms. But I guess incest just means within a certain number of recent generations, like maybe if you have sexual relations with someone within the last 3 or 4 generations, like you have a common ancestor within the last 3 or 4 or 5. I remember later another famous case of this in literature is Oedipus. And I was saying how maybe if you have sex with a sibling, but you don't know it's your sibling, does that count as incest? Is it like maybe you were raised separately, you were separated at birth, and you have no idea this person is your sibling, but it turns out to be? Is there something immoral about that, or is it immoral once you find out? What if you've built a life with this person? So like Oedipus has a, a breakdown once he knows that he finds out that plot spoiler coming up. You might not want to hear this if you haven't read the play by who is it, Euripides, one of the Greek playwrights, Oedipus Rex, King Oedipus. He he marries his mother and kills his father, and he also doesn't know the identity of his father. He finds out later that the man he killed was his father and that the woman he slept with was his mother, and then he has a mental breakdown. So it was incest, but he didn't know it was incest. But once he found out it was incest, then he was very disturbed by it. Um, so there's just a little more on that topic. Jason says, I think discussing topics belong in horror films for people who want to be disgusted, or debates/lectures about disgusting mental conditions led by experts, attended by interested parties. Greg is away from the keyboard again. And then Jason says, Chat GPT will tell you, condensed, Jeopardy style, style of a soul for $100. This vain socialite backs modern art to seem cultured not because she understands it. Who is Kiki Holcomb? Okay, I see. Now I get the $100 reference from before. It was a Jeopardy formed comment. Style of Soul for $100. I think maybe Kiki was the wife, not the daughter of Ralston Holcomb. It's been a long time since I read The Fountainhead. I think I read it about 3 times, or maybe 3.5 times. I might have done a partial reading on my last read. Wade says intent is probably needed for legal punishment in incest cases, but biologically, the DNA pool is still harmed. I don't think there should be legal punishment if it's consenting adults. Like whatever you think of it morally, that's a different issue from whether it should be legally punished. Um, I think something should only be legally punished if it involves coercion. So you initiating physical force, and incest doesn't necessarily involve that. So I don't think it's appropriate to legally punish it. But I was just wondering, well, could you make an argument that it should be legally punished because it does some kind of damage, like at least if it results in a pregnancy? Because I think that there is some kind of genetic damage if you have people whose genes are too closely related. I don't know if that always happens or only sometimes happen. Maybe just the risk of it is higher, but could you say that um, giving birth to a child who is a product of incest is harming the child in a way that violates that child's rights? This also comes up with other things, like if you consume alcohol during a pregnancy and that, or drugs, and um, the baby, once it's born, has some kind of defects or disease because of the drugs and alcohol you consume during pregnancy. Now, I don't think you could say you violated the fetus's rights because I don't think fetuses have rights. I don't think you have rights until you're born. But once it is born, um, could you, is it right to hold the woman, is it right to punish the woman legally because of what she did when before it was born? Or um, or would you say no? The rights violation occurred at a stage when well, it wasn't a rights violation because the damage occurred at a stage when it was not yet a rights possessing being. Um, so you can't hold the woman responsible for the baby having this defect after it's born because she didn't violate its rights at that point. I don't know. I haven't thought about this much, but that's something I wonder about. And you could say the same thing about incest. Um, does the damage have to have been initiated after birth in order to be considered a rights violation and therefore something that the woman could be held legally responsible for? Maybe. Hapsburg syndrome, I believe, says Wade. Yeah, I heard about that when I was reading about the Hapsburgs. So this was a royal family in Germany, or the Holy Roman Empire in the Middle Ages. And a lot of them they wanted to keep the crown within their dynasty instead of marrying into a different royal family. Like sometimes you'll have a daughter of the King of England will marry a son of the King of France. or a son of the King of France will marry a daughter of the King of Spain. And sometimes treaties are formed around these marriages, alliances. But the Habsburgs, they wanted to not marry their children within different dynasties. They wanted to keep the throne within their own dynasty. I think that's why they often intermarried, interbred within a few generations. Like there weren't, you didn't have to go that far back in order to get to a common ancestor. So maybe that would be considered incest. And as a result, they had there was something called the Hapsburg chin. I think they had very large chins. I don't know if there was some other abnormality. Maybe if I Google Hapsburg syndrome, I can learn a little more about it. Habsburg disease refers to a collection of genetic traits and health problems, collectively known as the Habsburg jaw and other deformities, caused by centuries of inbreeding within the ruling Habsburg dynasty. This condition is characterized by an enlarged, protruding lower jaw, a prominent nose, a prominent lower lip, and a recessed midface, often accompanied by severe difficulties with speaking, eating, and even intellectual disabilities in some cases, such as Charles II of Spain. Okay. All right. Greg is back. Stephen Harper is here. Hi, Stephen. He says Kiki was Ralston Holcomb's wife. Okay. Holcomb was an architect who built Renaissance buildings and greatly admired Christopher Wren. Okay. Thanks for that. Yeah, I thought maybe he was a client of an architect, but apparently he was an architect himself who built in the Renaissance style, as opposed to Howard Rourke, who built in his own style. That reminds me of Holden Mitrione, who read The Fountainhead and then called into my stream to talk about it. I did contact Holden by email, and I told him some people were interested in hearing from him again. And he says he's interested in coming back on, but he just got busy with school. So, and he said he was reading Atlas Shrugged and almost finished with it. Maybe he is finished with it now because it's been maybe a week since that email. So there's a little update about Holden, who is busy with school. He's an economics major, and he's called in to your on Brooks show as well as mine. He's when you're on has had a Ask Me Anything, his AMA shows. Holden has participated in some of those, and they've discussed economics there. All right. This is good to see. I see we're up to 13 viewers now and 11 likes. Thank you. Appreciate it. And my subscribers, let's take a look at that. I think I was at 950. Sometimes that fluctuates during a stream, either up or down. But if, oh, now I'm at 951. Great. Thanks for subscribing, whoever that was. I'm within 50 of 1,000 subscribers, at which point I can fully monetize my channel and not only take super chats, but also I can get ad revenue have ads play on my videos. However, if you're a YouTube premium subscriber, like I am here, which is why you see premium here instead of just YouTube, I don't see ads when I watch YouTube because I have a monthly subscription. I think it's something like $14 a month. But if you get that, then you don't have to watch ads during videos. But creators still get revenue. So like I think if you're watching my YouTube channel and you are a YouTube premium subscriber, then I think I still get some kind of revenue from that. So you might consider that. I signed up for premium maybe a couple years ago, and I definitely enjoy being able to watch YouTube videos without ads. But if you're not a premium member of YouTube, then I guess you'll see some ads, and I'll get revenue from whenever ads are played on my videos. So whether you are or are not a premium member, I'll still get some kind of revenue. Um, I think that's how it works. I'm not sure. I guess I'll learn more about how the ad sharing, ad revenue sharing program works once I actually become part of it. But thanks for helping me get there. If you're not yet a subscriber, I invite you to join. I was thinking about doing a poll or something, asking people like, what will it take for you to become a subscriber? Because I know about a third of my viewers, I can show you that in my analytics actually. If I go to somewhere on my channel, I can see the percentage of people who watch my content but are not subscribed. I think it's, let's see, audience. Maybe it's in the audience section. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Watch time from subscribers. Here's my YouTube Studio analytics, and you can see how in the last month, about two-thirds of my viewers or two-thirds of my watch time is from people who are subscribers, and about over a third of my watch time is from people who are not subscribers. So that's a significant chunk of my watch time. So if all those people subscribed, that would probably put me over 1,000. So I was thinking maybe I should ask people, if you watch my content, but you're not subscribed, why not? What could I do, if anything, to encourage you to become a subscriber? So if you're one of those people, you can let me know in the chat. I might have some hate watchers or enemy watchers or troll watchers. Maybe that's why they're not subscribed. And I can understand why those people wouldn't subscribe. Like I sometimes watch channels that I don't want to support by subscribing. Um, but maybe there are other people who aren't like that, but they still watch my content. So um, I'd be interested to know the reasons. You can see I also get some other info here, like how many people watch on a computer versus watch on their phone or a tablet, TV, age and gender, 100% male. Um, I've seen some, well, maybe that's just in the last 28 days. I've seen sometimes there's a few percent female, but I think usually it's 100% male. It's my countries, ages. Oh, wow. Most people are in the 25 to 34-year-old age range. Usually this is a higher proportion. See, if I switch this to like the last year, it might even out some. Let me try that. Um, I'm curious to see how that changes. If I go to last 365 days, and then I look down here at the, oh, now it's like half and half for the subscribers. Wow. Um, Oh yeah, sure. See now you can see there was 5% female in the last year, and here it's less lopsided in terms of the ages. And we got most people watching from the US. Okay. So there's some of my analytics. Oh yeah, this is the one I came in here to show you uh, how a lot of people who watch are not subscribed. So thank you for those of you. Thank you to those of you who are subscribed. Uh, Steven says, "Hi Dan, I'm enjoying your show. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good to hear." Greg says, "I see ads in some playbacks, not on live streams at this time." Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering if that's how it works. Like you wouldn't, if you watch me live, you won't see an ad during the live stream, but if you watch a playback later, then you will see then you will see ads. That would make sense. I don't know if it would, maybe it would just be too much of a disruption to try to insert ads into a live stream, and maybe that would interfere with the chat or something. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, I would guess that's how it works. Oh, Simon says he's back. He had to reply to Michael. Oh, so you put a comment reply? Let me take a look at that. Maybe I'll share it on screen. Uh, I'm going to the that that comment that was, here we go. This is the one. Oh, I guess I have to approve it first. That's right, because I have my settings set to moderate all my comments. So if you put a new comment on my channel, or if you edit an old comment, so it's now different, then I have to approve it before it appears publicly for everyone to see it. Like if you're the commentator yourself, you can see it, but I don't think anyone else can see it. I'm just reading it now. I'll read it silently to myself first. Just like 10 more seconds. Okay, I might approve this later. Um, but thanks for adding that. I won't show that on screen right now, but sometimes I like to do all my comments moderation after streams. So I think in this case, I will do that. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to come back to the chat. The computer is probably me. Wow, Dan, you have the former Prime Minister of Canada enjoying your show. Oh, Stephen Harper. Uh, yeah, I that name, yeah, and that never occurred to me until you just said it. But now that you said it, it made me think, oh yeah, isn't that the that is some Canadian politician. Here we go. So this is the Prime Minister of Canada, or former Prime Minister, from 2006 to 2015. Yeah, so we have a different Stephen Harper in chat. All right. All right, well, that catches me up in the chat. So what else are we going to talk about? We haven't had any trolls come by today. Maybe last time I got rid of them all. Um, I could tell you some more about what I've been reading. I've also been reading about the alt-right, and that's, I guess, the part of Nick Fuentes is part of that. Well, I've heard him say he's not, but uh, I doubt that. But I read part of the Wikipedia article about the alt-rights, people who distance themselves from the mainstream conservative movement. Although that itself, I think, has moved, like ever since Donald Trump became the center of the Republican Party. So I think it used to be that Trump was not the mainstream conservative, but now if he is the mainstream, then in Charlie Kirk, other MAGA people, um, the the Trumpists are the mainstream, and Nick Fuentes is still out of the mainstream, so he would be the alt right. So I read about them some, and the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017, and the car that rammed into a crowd and killed someone. I saw the video of that, or one video of that. You can't really see the killing itself, at least in the video I watched, but you can see given the viewpoint that the person with the camera has, you see the car drive by, and then the camera follows it from you see the back you see the car from behind driving into a crowd, but it's like, I don't know, maybe 100 feet away, and the the impact with the crowd is obscured. It's just too far in the distance, and the car is between the viewer and the crowd, so you can't see the point of impact. So it's not really a gruesome video, but you might find it disturbing because you know what's happening on the other side of the car, which you can't see. Um, whereas maybe I can show that on the little image. I'm going to the Wikipedia page. Oh, here it is. It's only like less than a minute, maybe. Um, I'll share that window. So this is the alt-right Wikipedia article, a far-right nationalist movement. And if you scroll down a bit, here's some photos from the Charlottesville, Virginia Unite the Right rally. And here's the video. So if you watch this video, you can see the car. Um, that's actually after it backed up. So in the video, you see the car drive by this way. and then you see that it ram into a crowd, and then it goes in reverse. I guess after its bumper has been destroyed, it goes in reverse up this street. And so I guess this is a still image from after it's reversed. But I won't play it. But if you want to watch the video, maybe you've already seen it. I didn't see it at the time this happens, what, 8 years ago now? I didn't watch the original footage when it came out, but you can see it here. And that led to the downfall, or at least the downfall of the alt-right, or it's less popular now than it used to be. I think people see that event, the Charlottesville event, as like the beginning of the end. Although who knows, maybe it'll rise again in popularity. Maybe it is rising again. Here's my chat window. All right. Living in a troll-free world, what a wonderful world it would be, says Greg. Living the dream, says Simon. Iran brought up using cognitive dissonance in the same yet undiscovered way to alter the culture. Hmm. I wonder what that I wonder what that was about, like a little more context. And like in what context did he say that? I might have heard that recently on one of his shows. Maybe when he gives talks, he likes to say provocative things to create cognitive dissonance in his audience. Like by saying selfishness is good, for example, in order to get his audience thinking. I'm not sure. Greg says, searching, haven't found time yet. Searching for what? All right, what else am I going to talk about today? I'm caught up in the chat, so if you all want to raise a topic, now's a good time. You don't have a lot of competition. See, before, remember, I had like 3 or 4 different topics I was cycling between, but I've already said what I have to say about those. So you can start some more cycles, get some more topics in here. See, we got 9 people watching, so maybe some of you out there can think of some topics you're interested in. 10 people now. Cognitive dissonance in the October 6th show. Okay. I don't know if I saw that one. I can go to Euron's channel. Maybe I should open up a window for that. Let me go to the live tab. Oh, he's going to do a show today in a couple hours. 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Pacific. Okay, maybe you mean well, here's a show from October 7th. So I got to go back one more. Okay, I guess you mean this. The Free Press, ICE, France, Japan, and EU in decline. I guess this is the one you're talking about because that's the October 6th show. So he talks about cognitive dissonance in that show. I think I heard most of that show. Anyways, I just saw my list of notes and I saw I forgot to mention, I have recorded a new video, my second call to the David Pakman show. I did a commentary video on that call. I recorded it this morning. So there's a little piece of news on my channel, and I still have to edit it, but maybe I'll do that within a week or two. So then you'll be able to see the next installments in my David Pakman series. He's a YouTuber for anyone who doesn't know, who's got over 3 million subscribers. His show is the largest show I've ever been on. I've called in 3 times to that show, and I did reaction videos to my calls. Um, I'm working on a series of reaction videos, and I've already published the first one, which maybe you've seen. It's the first video, the most recent video on my in the video section of my channel. This one right here. Can I live for myself or should I be forced to live for others? My first call to the David Pakman show. So I just recorded a video like this, but it's for my second call. So maybe that'll be out. I'll have it ready in a week or two. Okay. Mm. At the end of the last show, my voice my vocal cords felt like they were being strained, so I had to stop. I was wondering if I was going to break my record of a 7 hour stream see, my longest stream that I ever did was this one, 7.25 hours. But the stream after that was around 5 hours. And I could have gone longer as far as my mental energy was concerned, I think, but I was just my voice was feeling tired. So I wonder if that'll happen again. Maybe I don't know if I can build up the strength of my vocal cords so that they can last longer, or because I did 2 7 hour streams in a row, maybe that just wore me out. But I don't know how they're going to hold up today. How long have I been going? I've been going for almost 2 hours now. And maybe to preserve my voice, I shouldn't try to go for 7 hours. But we'll see. We'll see. It depends partly on you all. Like if I get into some good discussions with people in the chat or people who want to call in, then that'll encourage me to continue. And actually, if someone calls in, that could help save my voice because then I'm not the only one talking. Okay, I don't have any other chats to engage with right now. So I'm going to look back at my list, see if I have any other topics I could talk about. All right, talked about this. I'm going to reorder the things on my list. Oh, here's something I was considering doing was setting my chat so that only subscribers can chat. I thought that might be a way to encourage more people to subscribe. I actually did that myself. There was another chatter, another YouTuber whose chat I went to a few days ago, and he had his chat set to subscribers only. So I subscribed just so I could participate in his chat. So maybe if I do that on my chat, that'll encourage some people to subscribe. But right now I have mostly regulars. I don't remember seeing any new chatters come in today. Well, I guess Stephen Harper. I don't know. This might be Stephen Harper's first time. Uh, but I've known Stephen from before. I just don't know if I've seen him. Oh yeah, I actually did see him once before on my YouTube chat. I remember now. That's right. So I don't think I've had any new chatters today. So if I set it to subscriber only, that might not screen anybody out. Um, Whereas if I did have people who were new, maybe they wouldn't be subscribed yet. So maybe there's more of an incentive to use this subscriber only thing if I know that people who are not subscribed, or if I think it's likely that people who are not subscribed are participating in the chat. And I can change that midstream, I think. I looked that up and it looks like there's a way to do that. So maybe I could have a special subscribers only hour or something for the chat. Okay. Yeah, I see only one other topic here on my list of things that I thought I might talk about. So maybe I'll go to that. I gotta plug in my laptop first, though. It's getting low on batteries. Hmm. And I get my water too. Maybe that'll help my. Greg says, I can't find it. I may have put my notation on the wrong show notes in my planner. Okay. He can't find his note about cognitive dissonance in the You're On Book show. All right, so here's the other topic I had in my list of notes. It's um it's about what I had in my title for today, which I'll bring, let me share it again. This part, Donald Trump is bad. I was thinking, what could if I want to prove that, how would I prove that? And I mean, I do think he's bad, and I have the feeling he's bad, but it's one thing to have the feeling and another thing to be able to prove it. So I was thinking, how would I prove that? Like if someone wants to come on here and debate this with me, what kind of evidence would I give? And I mean, part of me thinks, well, there's just there's a million things I could say. Um, but what are the best things for me to say, given my context of knowledge? And I was thinking maybe the best what would be at the top of my list of evidence would be his lies about the January 6th or about the election of 2020, which fed into the January 6th riots at the Capitol. But he's just I think he's lied over and over repeatedly about the election being stolen, and he still lies to this day. Like in that speech he gave to the military brass a week or so ago, he says he was the 45th and the 46th and the 47th president. Like, of course, Joe Biden was the 46th, but he says he was actually the 46th. So he still says that that election was rigged. But I think he's just lying there. So that would be, and I've researched this maybe more than any other aspect of Trump. So that might be the first piece of evidence I would cite, his lies about January 6th. And then I was thinking the next thing I might cite is the fact that he cozies up to or speaks friendly of dictators, brutal dictators like Putin or uh, Kim Jong-un, whatever the name of the North Korean guy is. And he says he sent love letters or something. Um, so that would be another piece of evidence that Trump is bad. I don't think he cares about the truth, and I think the lies about the 2020 election support that claim that he doesn't care about the truth. But there's other things like he makes up. I think he lied about COVID, like how bad it was, how serious it was at the beginning. Um, and then I think he made up claims about the crowd sizes, like at his inauguration, like the biggest ever, and or maybe he overstated the number of people in attendance. So I think there are many lies um, that could be cited to support this. But then there's other things like his policies, like tariffs, which I think are bad because they violate people's rights. They coerce people. His also his opposition to immigration, and I think he smears immigrants. Um, and he calls it an invasion. So I was just thinking, what are the things about Trump that I know the most about that I would use to defend this? Now, maybe you all have a list of your own, which is much different than mine, or maybe you would rank things differently. But anyways, those are some of the things I would think about first to defend this view. With something like tariffs, um, you might say, well, that's a bad policy, but is it necessarily a bad person who, if you support tariffs? I think it depends on your state of knowledge. Like, I don't know if it's possible to be someone in Donald Trump's position and honestly support tariffs, at least in the way that he does. Like, he's not an economist, but I don't think you have to be an economist to have a to reject tariffs and see that they're bad. I'm not an economist, but I think I understand enough about political philosophy to know that they're bad. But people support all kinds of things that I disagree with, like taxes. I don't think you're necessarily a bad person if you support taxes. Maybe you haven't encountered Ayn Rand and objectivism, and you don't know the argument against it. I mean, what would I say about taxes if I never learned about objectivism? Would I be a bad person? I don't think so. But if you make up lies about taxes, like if you say that the tariffs we have are reciprocal tariffs, as Trump did say, when we don't actually have, or when other countries don't actually have um, tariffs on us, or not nearly to the extent that is claimed, then it's not just like some political or economic issue that you're misunderstanding because you haven't encountered objectivism or free market economists. You're just lying about the tariffs that other countries have. And I suspect that was going on with Trump. So when it comes to an issue like tariffs, I think that's and if I'm going to criticize Trump for that, it might be more on the grounds that he's lying about tariffs rather than he just doesn't understand the economics of it. Although maybe that too should be grounds for criticizing him. Um, but anyways, that's those are some of my thoughts about proving that someone is bad. Like someone can be bad in different ways. Like maybe they put out a policy that's bad that I know is bad, but which they don't understand is bad. Like everyone who supports taxes and thinks there's no way to have government without taxes. I don't think everyone like that, which is going to be the vast majority of the population, is necessarily a bad person, even if they support bad policies. So there's a distinctions you could draw on what is exactly to mean to be. What does it mean exactly to say someone is bad? Does it mean they're a bad person, or just they support bad policies? Um, Now, I think Donald Trump is bad in both senses, but it's just important to be able to parse out those different senses, um, which you can only do in a discussion. Like you can't fit all these thoughts I'm stating right now into the space of a title. You just don't have enough space to get into all the distinctions. But it's important to think about these sorts of distinctions when you're evaluating someone. I see RW is here. Hello. He says Trump is pro law enforcement, tough on criminals, at least domestically. Well, let's talk about that a little. I'm not sure I would say he's pro law enforcement. Was he pro law enforcement on January 6th when he allowed the Capitol Police to be abused, injured? Some of them committed suicide later, I think. Um, to be abused by the January 6th rioters. I don't think he was pro law enforcement there. He's only pro law enforcement if the police officers or the military is enforcing what he wants. So I think this is another thing I would criticize him on. He's not in favor of the rule of law. I think he tries to be above the law. And I think January 6th is a good example of that. He's not really on the side of law enforcement. He's really on the side of his whims, like what he wants. That's the kind of law he wants to enforce. And then he excused all the January 6th protesters or rioters after the fact. So I don't think I would say he's pro law enforcement. And I think he violates the law by trying to overturn an election. The lawful president should have been Joe Biden, but he tells a bunch of lies in order to try to justify decertifying the vote or not certifying the vote. And I think recently he tried to create an executive order that outlawed flag burning, which I've heard is protected speech. I think this is protected by the First Amendment. And he also says there should be a year in jail for doing that. So, like, is he the one who's not only deciding what the law is, but also deciding what the penalty should be? Um, or is he trying to legislate via tweet? Uh, I would not say he's pro law enforcement or pro rule of law. I think he's anti rule of law. Um, and I wouldn't even say he's tough on criminals because he pardoned all the January 6th criminals who engaged in violence at the Capitol. He would only be tough on them if they happen to um, be committing crime against someone who he sees as being on his side. Like if he thinks the Charlie Kirk murderer is a leftist, he'll be tough on that person. Um, but I don't think he's going to be tough on people, on everyone who who deserves punishment, like the January 6th rioters, and they're domestic, right? And I think there have been many cases, some cases, I don't know how many, where he's not respected due process when it comes to trying to get rid of illegal immigrants. I think some people have been deported without due process. So these are more criticisms one can make. Oh, I see Greg just said something about that. So he upholds due process using ICE? Question from Greg. I wonder if there are any pro-Trump people out there watching. Well, maybe RW is pro-Trump. I don't know. But now that I'm talking about pro-Trump or talking about Trump, maybe some, I don't know if that increases the chances that Trump people are going to come by. Thanks for the likes. See, we're up to 14 now. This page is often more up to date in terms of viewers and number of likes. So I often like to check in here and not just always be on this screen. See this one, this doesn't refresh nearly as often. This one is more up to date in the number of viewers. I did watch some of the recent events in Chicago. So Trump, he sent ICE into Chicago. And I guess the more controversial thing is he sent in the National Guard to protect ICE. I think that's either he did that or he was going to do that. But I watched some video last night of some of the protests in the street in Chicago. So apparently a woman was shot and, a few days ago, maybe 4 or 5 days ago. And I didn't learn too much about that, but from what little reading I did see, some woman was in a car and she ran up next to one of the ICE vehicles and blocked it in so it couldn't move. Or I think there was some other guy who was also helping her block in or somehow obstruct the path that the ICE vehicles were trying to go. So, and I think there was actually contact. Like I think she might have hit the side of one of the ICE vehicles with her car, and then I heard that she had she pulled up a gun, but it turned out to be a replica gun, like not a real gun, but a fake gun. I don't know if she just held it up in the window when and some ICE agent saw her and shot her at that point. I don't know all the details, but something like this happened, according to what I read last night. And then over the next few days, over the last few days, there have been some protests in the streets in Chicago. And I watched some of that last night, um, maybe about half an hour. There was tear gas used at a certain point. I guess I think it might have been used after someone tried to break through a barrier. There was just a barrier of ICE agents. And the Chicago Police Department also came out at a certain point. And I think one of the protesters might have tried to get through their barrier where he wasn't supposed to be. And then I think at that point, this protester who broke through was wrestled to the ground, and then some tear gas was shot out to try to disperse the crowd. And the guy who was filming all this was someone from the AP. So he was interviewing some people, and I watched this for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes last night. Greg says she had a valid gun and a concealed weapons permit from what I saw just before your show. I see Stephen has entered the chat. Hi, Stephen. Let me get to your chat in a second or in a minute. I just want to see these other chats because it looks like they're on the topic I'm talking about. Greg says officials had initially alleged that Martinez, that was the woman who had this gun, um, whether it was a real or a fake gun. I guess I'm not clear on that yet, but that's the Martinez mentioned there. Greg says officials had initially alleged that Martinez was armed and rammed her car into federal agents, threatening to shoot officers. However, prosecutors now acknowledge that she did not point or display a weapon. Parente, was that her accomplice who was with her? Parente also confirmed that while she had a valid firearm, she also had a concealed carry license. Okay. So there's some more from Greg. This is all kind of fog of war, to use that phrase. Like in the very early stages of some events, you don't often know what's happening because there's conflicting reports. I saw apparently some news came out about this whole events yesterday, which was contradicting the original reports from a few days ago. So in the early stages of war, there's a fog which prevents you from seeing what happens. And there's a lot of conflicting info out there. So I don't know all what is true, what is not true. But anyways, there's some stuff, some data you can consider and try to independently verify as this story develops. It's an ongoing story. Oh, Martinez's attorney. That's who Parente is? Okay. Greg says Christopher Parente is Martinez's attorney. All right, let me go to Stephen McGowan's chat now. Now, Stephen, I saw you here, I think, in a previous chat, maybe in one or two streams ago. I think maybe were we talking about the New Deal some? I'm trying to remember. You can refresh my memory, but I'm pretty sure I've seen you before here once. So here you say the expanded child tax credit enacted through the 2021 American Rescue Plan cut child poverty by half. Do you support this? Okay. Do I support expanding the child tax credit? Well, I don't think there should be taxes at all. So does that imply I don't think there should be tax credits? I mean, if there should be tax credits, it would only be as a temporary step on the road to getting rid of taxes altogether. So you wouldn't need credits to help pay your taxes or to give you a lower tax bill because there wouldn't be a tax bill at all. I'm more concerned, or at least what I talk most about is the end goal, like getting to the point where we don't even have taxes. Exactly how you get there. Should we get there via having some tax credits or some other thing to help lower people's tax bills? I haven't thought as much about that. So I don't have a strong view on whether there should be a particular tax credit. I'm more concerned to argue that taxes are bad, which I think you probably are going to disagree with. So why don't we talk about that? That's the more important thing, not just like this temporary little tweak in the tax code. Should we give someone these particular tax credits on children or on buying a home or whatever? That's all kind of details, minutia. Um, I'm much more concerned with the issue of is it right to coerce people? That's a much more fundamental issue. And I'm sure we're going to disagree about that. So I think it might be better for us to talk about those more fundamental issues. And if we can agree on those, then maybe we can have a discussion of the more minute, fine points of how you get there. But I think it might be premature to talk about this very narrow, concrete issue. Um, just given the sort of context you're coming from, like with different chatters, I'm going to have different types of discussions. Um, like I might have debates with objectivists. What is the best way to get to? Should we phase out Social Security over 3 decades, over 3 years, or what? But we at least agree that we shouldn't have Social Security. With with you, I would have a different sort of discussion because you're in favor of the New Deal, right? So you think there should be a relatively large role for government. You say, yeah, Social Security, neoliberalism, New Deal in the last chat. Yeah, so um, tax credit was fully refundable, meaning families too poor to pay taxes got the money. Okay. Yeah, so how about we talk about some really fundamental issue like should I be forced to pay for anything? Okay, yeah, so he's saying we should not phase out Social Security because it keeps 22 million people out of poverty. I think I talked some about the counterfactual and maybe we don't see exactly how wealthy we could be if we didn't have these programs like Social Security. And you cited some studies, and I said, well, I could probably find some studies by free market economists who counter the studies by statist economists. So I don't think um, for this, I don't think I'm really a person to have a discussion of like current economic studies with. I'm more of someone who deals with the fundamental philosophy issues, like is it right to coerce people? So um, I'm wondering if we can steer the discussion to something more fundamental like that. Like, why should I be forced to pay for your retirement, Stephen? I don't think I should be forced to pay for your retirement. Do you think I should? Can you justify that? Why is your life my responsibility? I think you should be responsible for your own life, and I should be responsible for my own life. And putting a gun to my head and saying, uh, I'm forcing you to pay for me is immoral and irrational. It's irrational to deal with people by force or to outsource the dirty work and have some government agent be your middleman and do the dirty work for you and walk up to me with guns and say, if you don't pay your taxes, we're going to throw you in jail. That's coercing someone else. So, all right. Steve says, you should most definitely pay for my retirement. Okay, why? Why should I pay for your retirement? He says, I pay for your fire, police, electricity, and roads. Okay. Um, well, I also pay for fire, police, electricity, and roads. So i- is this just a collectivized, um, these things have been collectivized. There's just this big pool of money, which everyone or a lot of people chip into, and then it gets distributed according to some votes of politicians, bureaucrats. So when you say something like this, you're suggesting that I'm some kind of parasite on you, like you're the one paying and I'm the one benefiting. But I don't think that's a honest or accurate way to portray what's going on because you know that I also pay taxes. So I think when you write like this, you're trying to justify your view by giving a certain narrative which is not true. You're saying, well, because I pay for this, that, and the other that you use, therefore you should chip in or something. And here you again, you say, I pay for the R&D medications you take. Why? I also pay for it. What are you acting like you're some uh, benefactor that I'm leeching off of or something, or so I have to do something in return? Why are you talking like that? Why are you privileging yourself in this sort of way? You're painting this false narrative in order to justify taxing me, but your narrative is false, or the implied narrative is false. So why are you doing that? If you have to paint a twisted narrative in order to justify your policy, then there's something wrong going on. There's something off about the perspective you're offering here. So how about addressing that? I could just as well say, I pay for your fire, police, and electricity and roads. I pay for your R&D and the medications you take, if any. All right, we got some more here. Well, I'm glad to see we got our first debate of the day. So I'm happy to do debates. I like doing debates as long as they're respectful and civil. So and this one has been that so far. So thanks, Stephen, for being part of that. All right, we got some more here. I'm going to get to those in a second. All right, so he says, yes, we live in a society. You can live in a remote island chain if you don't want to participate. All right. Yeah, I've heard that sort of response a lot. I actually have a video on this one. Maybe I should bring that up now. If you search on my channel for taxes, you'll probably find it. Yeah, this one. If you don't like taxes, leave society. I hear that a lot. Why should I leave society and surrender it to the people who want to coerce others? Isn't that surrendering to the brutes, to the coercers who don't want to respect people's rights, treat them as beasts of burden? I don't think I should leave society and turn it over to them. Why don't you leave society and go join the wild, since you want to live like the animals who live by force. They don't reason with each other. They kill each other. It's the dog eat dog world of eat or be eaten. So maybe you should leave society and go out in the wilderness if you think the way to interact with people is by coercing them. You can live in a remote island chain if you don't want to participate. See, that's a false alternative. Um, it's not that I don't want to participate. It's that I don't want to be coerced. I can participate in society voluntarily. I can contribute voluntarily to the government. I can trade with my neighbors. I can engage in voluntary interactions with lots of people, um, dozens, hundreds, thousands, millions of people. I'm happy to participate in a voluntary society. What I don't want to do is be coerced to pay for other people. So it's a false alternative to say either um, you go off in society, you go off to a remote islands and live by yourself, or you submit to being coerced by other people in society. Those aren't the only two options. There's a third option, which is I live in society, but I live in a society that is voluntary and no one is coercing anyone else. You say no one is a parasite. Well, you are a parasite if you think that you have a right to force others to pay for you, just like you said up here. Where was it? You should most definitely pay for my retirement. Yeah, that's a parasitical mindset right there. If you think I should be forced to pay for your retirement, then you're saying, you should be able to live off me. That's a parasitical mentality. And if you try to justify it some way by what you're saying here, because you pay for me, well, I already addressed that, how this is a false narrative. Some people are parasites. If you're on welfare or Social Security, that doesn't necessarily make you a parasite. If your attitude is not that other people should be forced to support you, but if your attitude is, well, I'm part of the system and I chip in too, and I didn't create the system, I don't want it. Maybe I even want to get rid of the system and shift to a society that is voluntary. If you have that sort of attitude, I don't think you're a parasite. Like Ayn Rand, she took Social Security, or I think there's at least good evidence that she probably did, but that doesn't make her a parasite. She was forced to pay into this system, but she wants to get rid of it. It's like another example I give sometimes. Let's say you're in Soviet Russia and the government controls the food supply, and you have to wait in bread lines for hours and hours to hopefully maybe get some bread when you get to the to the beginning of the line or the end of the line. Once you finally get up to the grocery store, hopefully there's some bread left over. But should you say, well, oh, I'm against government control of the food supply, so I'm just going to let myself starve to death. I'm not going to stand in those bread lines and participate in this crap system because that violates my principles. No, it's not your principle that you should, or it's not the objectivist view that you shouldn't partake in a system that coerces you. If you are part of that system, then why should everyone else except you benefit? There's no justice or fairness or egoism in that. Um, what's what's contrary to objectivism is saying that there should be such a system where the government can take over the food supply and act as the distributor and decide in its engage in central planning instead of allowing the free market to operate. Um, okay, where was I? There's no implication. We all support one another. We don't all support one another. Some people are just parasites. And there's also much different levels of support. Some people donate lots of money to charities, for instance. Um, maybe it's a charity for orphans or something. And then you've got the orphans who are the recipients of the beneficiaries of the donations. So it's not true that we all support one another. Some people are supported by other people. Their parents support their children, and it's not always a bad type of support. It's appropriate that parents should support their own children, but parents shouldn't be forced to support other people's children. Um, so I think this again, it kind of feeds into a false narrative, which is used to justify something like taxation. I think you need to be um, very careful in your analysis of, exactly what kind of support is there. Is this really true? I don't think that's true. Thank you for paying taxes. Well, uh, I don't know what I should say to that. You're not welcome. I pay taxes so I don't have to go to jail. It's not because I think I should pay taxes or because I want to. Um, why do you live in a blue state with so many taxes? Move to Louisiana. Yeah, this is another thing. People often just take out this one issue and they think, well, your life should be dictated to that as if it's the only consideration. I live in I live in California, but there are many reasons to live in California. Um, it could be I like the weather here. Maybe I like the going to the beach, or maybe I like maybe I have friends and family in the area. So even if it's a high tax state, There could be many other reasons that I nevertheless choose to live here. Taxes is not the only issue. There could be many things about Louisiana I don't like. Maybe it's too hot and humid. Weather is certainly one issue I take into account. Maybe I find its culture boring or bad in some way. Maybe it outlaws abortion, and maybe that matters to me. Maybe it's a very religious state, and I don't like that. I'm not a religious person. I'm an atheist, and maybe I would not find a lot of or as many like-minded people in Louisiana. So you have to look at the entire context and not just consider one issue in isolation as if that's the only thing that matters when it comes to deciding where to live. Same with language. That's also an issue. Maybe there's another country where the taxes are lower, but I don't speak the language. It'd be hard to have interactions with other people. So that could be a reason to live in a place with relatively high taxes. Okay, and now I get to the last chat currently from Stephen. He says the states are little laboratories with policies more or less in alignment with your values. How are the low tax states doing? I don't know. Which are the low tax states? Some the ones that have there's some that have no income tax, like I think Florida and Alaska might be those. Maybe I should Google that. Low tax states. Income tax by state. Which state has the highest and lowest taxes? Alaska had the lowest average overall tax burden, followed by Tennessee, New Hampshire, Wyoming, and Florida. The states that don't have a income tax are Alaska, Wyoming, Florida, Nevada, South Dakota, Texas, and Washington. So you ask about, like, how are these different states doing? Well, there's so many dimensions on which you consider them. Like, how is the weather doing in Alaska? Probably not great for my taste. I don't like a cold place. Uh, how's the weather in Florida? Well, again, not great given my taste. I don't like hot and humid. Um, how is Texas doing on abortion? Quite bad, I would say. Uh, how is South Dakota doing on interesting attractions to see? They've got Mount Rushmore, or is that North Dakota? I don't remember. But maybe they don't have a lot of interesting things, at least that would be interesting to me. So you say, how is some state doing? I mean, there's so much to consider. As I was saying before, taxes is a very small piece of the puzzle when deciding where's a good place for any individual to live. Graeme, Graeme, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but this looks like a new person. So hi to Graeme. I'm going to take a quick look at your page. Okay. And he says, what, in your opinion, is the ideal amount of taxation? Zero. That's the ideal amount. I oppose all taxation because I oppose coercion. I think there should be a government, but it should be funded by voluntary means. And I've talked about this in some of my videos. So if you go to my channel and you search up here for taxes, you'll see some of my discussion of this. These are some of the videos I produced, like this one, how to fund the government without taxes. One thing I say there is we have to scale down the government massively. Like we have to get rid of these trillion-dollar programs or hundreds of billions of dollars programs like Social Security and Medicare. I don't think you can fund the government if those are government programs, but if we got rid of those programs, if we phase them out, then the cost of funding government would be much more feasible. It could be done in a voluntary way. Like the only proper functions of government, on my view, on Ayn Rand's view, are police, military, and courts. That's basically it. So if the government isn't doing all the other millions of things it does, like public education, public roads, post office, foreign aid, um, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, welfare, those are some of the biggest ones. Then it's much more reasonable to think you could fund it in a voluntary way because it's much smaller. And if we didn't, even when it comes to the like the military and the police, if we properly formulated their missions and didn't have them doing things that they shouldn't be doing, like the war on drugs, which has been a massive failure over the last 50 plus years, if we didn't engage in decades-long wars or projects of nation building in places like Afghanistan, if we properly limited the function of the military to fighting wars of self-defense, if we got in and got out, it would be much cheaper to fund the military. If we didn't have the police trying to arrest people who are engaged in victimless crimes like using drugs or selling drugs, or people who come here to work, immigrants who are not illegal immigrants, who are not coercing anyone, they're just trying to live here peacefully. If we didn't have so much police dedicated to these sorts of causes, police would cost much less. So I think a huge part of this, of seeing how this would work, is to first understand what is the proper role of the government. There's a million things that it's doing that it just shouldn't be doing in a proper society that is restricted by the principle of protecting individual rights, which means only protecting people from the initiation of force. If that's all our government did, it would be easy, I think, to fund it by voluntary means. And there would be no need for taxes, for forcing people to pay for the government, because it's clearly in people's self-interest to pay for police, military, and courts. If you don't have that, I think society would devolve into anarchy. So you need a government, but if it's properly restricted, I think it would be very easy to fund. It's so obviously in people's self-interest. I mean, people voluntarily fund charities today, even with all the taxes that they have to pay. There are still charitable organizations, like for orphans, for example, I mentioned before, raising money for breast cancer or some kind of scientific research. There's tons of charities. People give millions or maybe billions of dollars to that, even though they have to pay for taxes now. So I don't think there's any problem in getting that you would have to force people to pay for these things when they're already voluntarily giving away so much money to charity even today. And as I have said in the past when talking about this issue, people volunteered their lives for the cause of freedom in the American Revolution. George Washington had a volunteer army. So that's even a bigger deal than volunteering to give away some of your money. So if people are willing to volunteer risking their lives for the cause of freedom, then why wouldn't they do something that's even less risky, less costly, and volunteer some of their own money to pay for police, military, and courts. So I don't think there's any problem with funding the government by voluntary means if we properly understand what the role of government should be. Hi, Audrey. Welcome back. Graeme says, would you support privately owned roadways? Yes, I would. Roads do not involve the initiation of force. So and that's the only time they think the government should be involved. So police, they protect you from murderers, for instance, who would go around and threaten people with force, threaten to kill them. Robbers threaten to take away people's property. All the force wielders, that's who the police deal with, the domestic force wielders. Um, the military deals with foreign force wielders, like a country who would invade militarily and try to enslave the people of this country or force them to pay taxes to their government, try to conquer us. But roads, that's just getting from point A to point B. That has nothing to do with protecting people from force. So um, I do think roads should be private. Florida Nick says it's windy with intermittent rain. Well, Florida Nick, I guess he's experiencing the Florida weather. And that would be my guess. He says right now it's windy with intermittent rain. Okay. I guess it's not. See, I can tolerate Florida more in the winter because it's not as hot and humid. So maybe winter would actually be pleasant in Florida for my taste. So I guess it depends on the season. Some places I might not want to live there year round, but it may be great for a particular time of year. Okay, Grammy says, let me get some water first. Starting to feel my vocal cords are getting strained again, so I got to monitor that, not overdo it. He says, what would stop private road companies from forming monopolies and charging outrageously high tolls for use? Maybe self-interest. Like if you charge outrageously high tolls, then maybe you're not going to get as many customers. So if you charge $1 billion for me to drive 1 mile, then I'm not going to use your road. I'm just going to walk it. If I have to, I'll find some other way to get there. So if you actually want customers, if you want people to use your roads, then you have to take into consideration what are people willing to pay. You can't just arbitrarily jack your prices up and expect to receive payment. You have to know your market. What is your market willing to bear? If McDonald's all of a sudden raises the price of hamburgers to $1 million per hamburger, are they going to have any more customers? Or are they going to drive away all their customers to some competitor? Um, so obviously, they're not going to get any business if they do that. So there's going to be an incentive for them to keep their prices low, and a free market allows that. There's there's a million ways I could drive from point A to point B. Like if you consider this, if you've got a grid in you have A Street, B Street, C Street, First Street, Second Street, Third Street. There's so many different ways you can get from point A to point B. And if someone owns a little piece of that, and he the way he makes money to fund his road, there's other ways besides tolls, by the way, to fund roads. That's not the only way. Like you could have advertising on billboards. You could sell advertising space to fund your road, but if you do operate your road, if you do fund it by having tolls and you charge some uh, super high price for your section, then people are going to find some other way to get to where they need to go. All right. And then and there's no you, you can't really have a monopoly if that means you can um, make it impossible for others to compete with you. Like you can't buy all the land and say like no one else can buy land and set up their competing road. So right now the government has given a coercive monopoly to the United States Postal Service. So no one is allowed by law to compete with USPS when it comes to delivering certain types of mail. Um, so even if FedEx or UPS wanted to get in the business of delivering little parcel letters or whatever it is that they're not allowed to do now, they couldn't do it just because the government has given a granted a monopoly, a coercive monopoly, meaning by force. No one is allowed to compete with them. That's not the case with if you have a system of private roads. There might be someone who um, owns all the roads in a certain area, but it's not going to be because the government granted them a monopoly. Maybe it's just because they offer good service and there's no reason for anyone to offer to create another road because the roads are fine. They're good enough as they are. So it wouldn't be a good investment for someone else to try to create alternative paths to get around. All right. Um, Steven says, Stephen Harper. Maybe I should start saying the last name because we had another Stephen up here, Stephen McGowan, but that's spelled with a V. So, Stephen Harper says tariffs are bad enough, but when they are huge and arbitrary, like Donald Trump has done, they are much worse. They make it impossible for businessmen to function. A business needs stability, not chaos. Yeah, that's another thing that will prevent people from arbitrarily, randomly jacking up prices. Like if you just all of a sudden uh, charge $1 million to go 1 mile on your road, and then the next week you lower it back to $3 or whatever it was, people are going to get annoyed with you for just wildly um, changing your prices all the time. So they're going to want to go to a place that is reliable, somewhere they can reliably count on. They know what they're going to get. So there's an incentive, there's an economic incentive to um, give your customers some kind of continuity. Then you get more repeat business. You build up trust. You build up a kind of brand, a reputation with customers, and you can, if you can destroy your reputation, but then that can tank your business. All right, Graeme. Oh, maybe did I have anything else I wanted to say on this one? So that was on this last sentence, mostly about businesses need stability, not chaos. Oh yeah, so I was talking about it more from the perspective of the user of a business, like if a business is jacking its prices around, but Stephen is talking about the business itself. Yeah, they too need stability, um, which they don't have if Trump is whimsically deciding, oh, we've got tariffs now. Oh, actually, no, we don't. Or we're going to put a 90-day pause on the tariffs because it's going to mess this thing up. This silicon chip manufacturer, Apple's supply line or whatever. So we're going to carve out some special favor for Apple, and it just becomes a mess. Um, and there's no stability. It's hard to predict what's going on, and businesses need predictability, stability in order to function. So that's a reason not to have government intervention, especially when it's huge and arbitrary. Yeah. Okay. Graeme says, I would say that the modern pharmaceutical industry is an example of how a monopoly can artificially inflate the prices far beyond what they are worth, and people have no choice but to continue buying. All right. Um, I'm wondering if I should address this one after a break, give my voice a rest. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I want to take a break, maybe 10 minutes. Uh, I'll say at least 10 minutes. Maybe I'll get a snack too. And I can update in the chat if it's going to be longer than 10 minutes. And then I can continue picking up with this comments. But it's been almost 3 hours now, so I want to give my voice a rest. All right, so what I'm going to do is uh, I will stop the screen share, and then, but I encourage people to keep chatting. And I'm going to change my name on Zoom in the lower left box there. So that's when I turn off my camera, which I just did, what you will see in the center is going to be my break notification. So I'm going to rename myself. I'm going to say Dan will be back in about 10, 10 to 15 minutes. Is that going to fit? Okay. I think that is going to show up as I intend it. And then I'll also put a note in the chat. I'm taking a break and we'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. All right, so it is now, it's going to be 11:55 when I start my break, so I'll be back at 2:05 to 2:10 Pacific time. That's my plan. All right. Thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for coming by the stream. Thanks for participating in the chat. And thanks for the likes on the stream. I do appreciate that. Greg came back just in time for the break. Okay, well, you can listen to the last 15 minutes or whatever during the break if you want. Um, and then we'll continue on the other side. All right. See you in a bit. I am back. Let me fix my name here. I'll remember this time. Greg had to remind me, and I forgot a couple times before to change my name back. There we go. And let me share the chat again. See, John Wayne is here. Hi, John. He says late but here. And Robert went on a bike ride. He says, just wrapped up a bike ride on those roads I paid for. Yeah, he chipped in. When our previous Prezi claims, you didn't build that. Who the heck did he think? Who the heck does he think did? Where did he imagine the money for those roads came from? Maybe he had the imagination of his predecessor, said Greg. That would have been George W. Bush. Because Obama said you didn't build that. His predecessor was George W. Bush. Someone had to build it. Roads don't magically appear. No one said, let there be a road, and there was a road, and it was good. Sometimes the road is not good. It has lots of potholes and it needs to be repaired. And if we had free markets, I think the roads would be kept up better because people would have a profit motive to, you wouldn't have to rely on some disinterested government bureaucrats who only fix things when a bunch of people in their district start screaming enough about it. Instead, you have um, these highway projects that go on and on and on, and you still have traffic jams. Um, I often see these signs on the side of these highways where there's construction going on, and they say, "Your tax dollars at work." All right, I think we could be doing a lot better if we didn't have a system of taxes. If the roads were private, hey, maybe we wouldn't even need roads if we had freedom. Maybe there would have been so much progress by now that we would have flying cars and the roads would be a thing of the past. All right, I see I got another new person here. Ike of Newt. Ike of Newt says, I guess it's time to be a cultural Marxist. Why do you guess it's time for that? Hi, Mom, I'm on TV. Is that because I'm screen sharing the chat and you're on the chat? I'm going to, I like Ike of Newt's channel. Oh, he says, yeah. That is why he said that. He's on TV. Then he says, well, no, the roads would be privately owned. A company town doesn't need to repair a road until the physically, I think there's a typo there, point that its workers can no longer drive on it. Well, if you want good business, if you want business on your road, you're going to keep it in good shape so that it doesn't deteriorate to the point of unusability before you fix it. You want to keep it in good shape. Aren't you going to more likely want to patronize a road that's always in good condition? There's a profit motive there. I said that because I'm the political position most opposed to objectivism, communism, and I thought it'd make an interesting watch. Oh, all right. So you're a communist? Well, I guess that gives us a lot to debate about. But I was going to talk some more about one of Grame's comments about pharmaceuticals. Where was that? Up here? No, this one, or at least read it. I don't know how much I want to say about it right now. He says, I would say that the modern pharmaceutical industry is an example of how a monopoly can artificially inflate the prices far beyond what they are worth, and people have no choice but to continue buying. So maybe you mean, I've heard stories about how insulin is very expensive, and maybe there are some other examples. But uh, one thing I would say is we don't have a free market in healthcare. The healthcare industry and the drug industry is heavily regulated. There is the FDA, for instance. I had a chat on my channel with Megan Ribbons a while ago. She's in the biopharmaceutical industry. I'm going to do a search for that, for her name. Here it is. Chat with Megan Ribbons about the value. Oh, that was a different topic. Here, this is the one I was thinking of. FDA part one, that was a chat with Megan, and FDA part two, again with Megan. So the healthcare and the drug industry are heavily regulated. There's all these trials, for instance. I think that's part of it. Um, so we don't have a free market when it comes to um, healthcare or the pharmaceutical industry. And I think those regulations drive up the costs a lot of drugs. And if we had a free market, I think drugs would be much cheaper. So often people they point to some problem that exists today and they blame it on the free market. But we don't have a free market today, far from it. We have tons of government interventions and regulations. So um, you can't just look at how things are right now and say, oh, well, that's evidence of how bad things would be in a free market when we don't have a free market. We don't live in a capitalist society. We live in a mixed economy. That is a society in which there's a big mixture of freedom and government coercion. So we're not a totalitarian society where the government controls and runs everything. We do have a substantial amount of freedom, but there's also a substantial amount of government intervention and coercion, and the FDA is an example of that. So you can call that a mixed economy. So that's one thing I would say to this. How would things look like if we had a truly free market? I think much better, including in the pharmaceutical industry. It would be cheaper it would be cheaper to compete if you didn't have to comply with all the regulations that you're supposed to prove a drug is safe and effective. Um, this is something that came up in my discussions with Megan, the safe and effective criterion. But so I refer you to that discussion. Should you have to prove something is effective or safe And what exactly does safe mean? Does it mean there's a any level of risk or 0% chance of having side effects? I don't think there is such a thing. There's always going to be some risk, but I think um, people should be left free to decide what level of risk they're willing to take. They shouldn't be forced by the government to only take drugs that have a certain level of risk associated with them. But maybe there's some companies that just don't even go into business in the pharmaceutical industry because of how expensive it is to comply with all the regulations. So maybe if we had a free market, more people would enter, which then with that competition, that would drive down the prices. But if you have a heavy regulated industry, I think a lot of people just don't want to bother with it and they don't enter the first place. So you don't have the kind of competition that you would have in an actual free market. Florida Nick says he's getting sprinkled right now. It's raining in Florida. Would easements prevent such problems as Graeme described? Asks Audrey. I forget what easements are. I need to look that up. Okay, that's not the usage. It's a different sense. It's like, is that a way of getting around alternative way of getting from point A to point B? Let me Google search it. Oh, a right to cross or otherwise use someone else's land for a specified purpose. Okay. Yeah, there is a place for those. Like if someone builds land all around you, the donut problem. Imagine someone buys up all the land around you and then says, "You're not allowed to cross my land to get anywhere, so you're just stuck on your little patch of land for your entire life." Well, I don't think that's allowed in a free society. There has to be freedom of movement. So there would be something called an easement that gives you the rights to cross someone else's lands to go somewhere else. Okay, another person new here. Socks, hello. Why is altruism bad? All right, that's a pretty important topic. Maybe I should skip over some of these so I can get to some of these new chatters. I've been engaging with Graeme for a while, but I want to spread the time around. So I think I'm going to skip over some of these and engage with some of these new people. But let me just at least read some of these quickly or skim them. I don't know if I can read them all. Okay, maybe I'll come back to some of these later. Here we've got the was this the communist? Yeah, Ike of Newt said he's a communist. I don't know if I've had a communist on my chat before. I've been in a communist chat. There was some streamer, maybe you remember, um, Straighterade. This woman, she's a communist, and she thought I was asking her a troll question, which you can see on the thumbnail there. Does communism treat people as individuals? So a lot of my interaction with her when I was in chat was just about whether that was actually a troll question. And I say it was not. It was I was just challenging her, but I wasn't being rude about it. Um, but you might be the first communist I've had in my chat. All right, so you're talking about the roads here. Where we're going, freedom. We don't need roads. Yeah, that's a line from Back to the Future. Roads, where we're going, there are no roads. Something like that. It's what the doc says to Marty in Back to the Future. What if you have transporters like in Star Trek? There's a question as to whether you'd be the same person there. I think Harry Benswanger has said you wouldn't be the same person if you got deconstructed into bits and then teleported to somewhere else. But uh, maybe that's a discussion for another day. I don't know if communism is the political position most opposed to objectivism. There's also anarchism. I think there you don't even have a government. In communism, at least there's some kind of government. A very bad one, I would say, but at least there's a government, whereas in anarchy, you don't even have that. So maybe anarchy is even a bit further from objectivism. Though I'm not the most knowledgeable on Marxist theory, particularly when it comes to the free market. Wonder what got you interested in communism. I had a debate with a communist once. It's on my channel. Well, it's communism, let says Ike of Newt, letting it exist as an ideology is against the interests of the bourgeoisie, or as you would say, counter to profit motive. Okay. I don't think in terms of classes like this, like the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. I think in terms of individuals. I'm an individualist. Ayn Rand was an individualist. But Marx, he looked at things through class lenses, and I don't think that's the right way to look at things. It's just like with racism, you're looking at people not as individuals, but as members of a group. Here, you're looking at people as members of a certain having a certain economic level, as if that's something essential to their identity. And if you're part of the proletariat, you're going to be at odds with the bourgeoisie. But capitalism is a dynamic system. You can rise from rags to riches and then go back to rags. Shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. That was a slogan, I think, in the 19th century, which Ayn Rand or someone mentions in one of her books. It was so common that this slogan came into existence. So you go from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves, I guess, meaning you're not wealthy instead of like wearing a suit. Um, one generation starts poor, then they make wealth, and they in the second generation is maybe rich because they inherit a lot of money from the first generation that made the money, and then they squander the money, and then they're back to shirt sleeves in the third generation. So from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. you're not stuck in the so-called proletariat or the bourgeoisie, and it depends a lot on how you choose to live. Um, so what class you're in is not really an important essential feature of who you are. And you're going to be at war with anyone who has a different view of a different amount of wealth like I'm not envious of Jeff Bezos or some billionaire. I admire that because I think he's done amazing things to become so wealthy. Um, he's produced an amazing product or service, Amazon, and I benefit from it. And millions, billions of people benefit from it. And as a result, he becomes rich. He didn't get there by exploiting people, but by offering them something of value. And I think his business ran at a loss for many years before it became profitable because he had a long-term vision for his business. So I think this whole view of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is not the correct way to look at things. I think it's important to consider people as individuals. All right, so that's some in response to Ike of Newt. And I see he's got some replies here. Socks says, I see there is a call. If I join, are we able to have a discussion? We might be able to do that. Did you want to talk about altruism? Because I saw you asked about altruism up here somewhere. Yeah, you asked why is altruism bad? Is that what you want to talk about, or you want to talk about something else? Can you let me know in the chat? We don't have to talk about just one thing, but maybe at least the lead topic that you are interested in starting with. Could you let me know? I think I'll get a notification here popping up on my screen if someone calls in. But also let me know in the chat if you if you call in because I might see it sooner that way. Yes, altruism works. Okay. All right. Sure, we can talk about altruism. Go ahead and call in and just click on that link that I have pinned in the chat, or you can dial that phone number. It's not about the amount of wealth, says Ike of Newt in all caps. It's not an inherent character you get from birth. It's about your material conditions. What about your material conditions? You can be born into wealth and you can squander it and become poor. Or, like Andrew Carnegie, you could be born poor and then create your wealth and become super rich. So I don't think, I don't think what you call material conditions is the most important thing. It can have some impact, like if you inherit wealth from your parents or grandparents, that can give you a head start and make things much easier. But I don't think that's the most important thing about a person and how their life goes. You can be wealthy and miserable, um, or not wealthy and happy. All right, I see Socks has entered the waiting room on Zoom. So let me go to Zoom and make sure I've got my settings correct. Just give me a few more seconds. All right, so when I think I'm gonna have to ask you to unmute after I let you in. Yeah, that's how I'll do it. Okay, I just admitted you. So now I just need to ask you to unmute and then I should be able to hear you. Hello, can you hear me? Oh, looks like you haven't unmuted yet. Did you get a message asking you to unmute? I'll hit it again. Oh, he says 1 second, please. He sent me a chat in Zoom. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, good. So, welcome to the show. Your socks from the chat,
Yes.
and you said you're interested in talking about altruism. Is that right?
Yes. I'm pretty interested in all those sorts of kind of abstract ideas. Like I'm still relatively young. I'm 21 years old, so politics, anything from politics, morality, questions like that. I'm so new to it all, but I always appreciate a good discussion.
Okay. Have you ever read Ayn Rand?
I have not.
Okay, that's fine. So, I'm here to introduce people who are new to her ideas. Why did looks like my uh, image just froze on my in my Zoom. Okay, now it's moving
Yeah.
again. Um, all right, so altruism, that's a huge topic. We could talk a lot about that. So you asked why it's bad in the chat. Well, first, I think a place to start is what does it mean? What does altruism mean? And that itself is could be a big topic, but just to get us started, um, we could look at the word itself and the roots of it. So it derives from the Latin word alter, which means other. So literally or etymologically, it means otherism, altruism. So in an ethical context, it means living for others, placing others as the most important thing, as opposed to egoism, which you could translate as I-ism or selfism, which means living for yourself, viewing yourself as the most important person or thing. Now, on Ayn Rand's view, she was an egoist and she opposed altruism. So she thought people should live for themselves and make the most out of their own lives, pursue their own happiness, and not live for the sake of others, like Mother Teresa, who sacrificed her life and lived for the sake of other people, or like Jesus, who was sacrificed on the cross for the sake of sinners. These are people who gave up their own lives for the sake of others. They put others' interests ahead of their own. But why should you do that? And Ayn Rand thought there was no answer to that. There's no good reason why you should place others ahead of yourself. And she advocated egoism. Now, there's a lot more I could say, but let me just pause there. And I want to see if there's any thoughts you want to share at this point or
Um,
reaction.
there's a few things that stuck out to me. One thing I will say is my mom is like working on the house. So if you hear like
Oh,
drilling next door,
okay.
then yeah, that's that.
No
Sorry
problem.
about that. Um,
You can just mute yourself, right? I guess I could mute you if I hear some distracting background noise, but
I'll
so
try and mute myself like right away. But
okay, yeah, I guess if you do that, I'll have to ask you to unmute, or I could just give you the power to mute and unmute.
I have
But
a button here on my microphone that works pretty well.
yeah,
So,
I think you can mute yourself, but I don't know if you can unmute yourself. I think you might have to wait for me to ask you to unmute, which I can do. It's not a problem, but
uh-huh.
for right now,
No, it's like
it's fun.
it's a physical like on my
Oh,
microphone
I
itself.
see.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I see.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Um, so what was the author's name again?
Ayn Rand.
Ayn
She's the one
Rand.
I have on my background here in this photo.
Okay. First thing that sticks out to me, when talking about like these two concepts, like altruism and egoism, like I said, I'm very new to it also. This is like me actively trying to understand. Um, it almost seems like, yeah, there it is. It almost seems
Yeah, I heard that.
um, like she's almost turning it into like one or the other. Like you can't have egoism and you if you don't if you're altruistic, or you can't be altruistic if you're vice versa. So to me, I guess my first question is why so why should you cling to egoism as opposed to having a balance of thinking of yourself and then also keeping in mind other people in your world.
Yeah. Well, you say keeping in mind, this goes back to the prior segment when I was explaining what does altruism mean. So it does not mean just keeping other people in mind or caring about others or being nice to others. It means subordinating your own interests to theirs. So I might do things that help others out, or like I might have friends who I give a gift to, or a romantic partner that I enjoy spending time with. Um, but I have these other people in my life because they contribute to my own life. It gives me pleasure, joy, satisfaction to have friends, to have a romantic partner. Um, so they add to my life. And if they did not do that, there wouldn't be a reason to have them in my life. So it's in my interest to treat others well in a certain way. I mean, at least if they treat me well. Um, because if I'm rude to someone without provocation, if I'm just arbitrarily rude, I tell a mean joke about someone at their expense, and now they're not going to be well disposed to me. They're not going to want to be my friends. Maybe they'll spread the word about Dan as a jerk, and I'll get a bad reputation. So there are harmful consequences if I treat others badly. So just because you're treating others well or respecting other people's rights doesn't mean you're acting in an altruistic way. It's actually in your self-interest. It's egoistic to treat others in a certain way, treat them well if they deserve it, or badly if they deserve that. Like if someone is a murderer, I'm not going to be nice and respectful to that sort of person. I'm going to want to throw that person in jail. But again, that also is because that promotes my own interest. It's not in my interest to have murderers walking around the streets, um, or to whitewash their nature and pretend they're not as bad as they are. So it all comes back to one's own interest. But I think it's important to understand that egoism, at least the way Ayn Rand understands it, can um, very much include having other people in your life and treating them well, respecting their rights. That's not an altruistic thing to do. It's altruistic when you're subordinating or sacrificing your own interests to theirs. So, like for example, Mother Teresa, um, she's not engaging with others in a kind of win-win sort of way where the idea of the relationship is to be for it to be mutually beneficial. Rather, she's subordinating her own interest to other people and putting their interests ahead of her own. So that's a win-lose kind of relationship, or at least I think that's the idea of that many people have for someone like Mother Teresa. It wasn't because she was ultimately profiting some way that people admire her as a moral saint. It's because she was being selfless and putting something ahead of herself. So that's I'll pause there, but that's some about what I would say of how egoism applies to the issue of other people in your own life.
Yeah, I think the first
And
thing.
let me just add one more thing. So if you do understand egoism that way and altruism that way, there's no reason to have this what you call a balance. There's no reason to have a balance between destroying yourself and promoting your own interests. But I think it's just important to recognize that promoting your own interests doesn't mean you're necessarily destroying others.
Yeah.
That's a false alternative that either you're destroying yourself or you're destroying other people. Either you're sacrificing yourself or sacrificing other people to you. You can have a non-sacrificial relation with other people. You can have a mutually beneficial relation with other people. And that's what you should have. And that's what you do have on Ayn Rand's understanding of egoism.
Yeah, I think that it's well summed because in my impression at first of like when I first saw the word egoism was that it's like a purely selfish thing, but um you are right. I think a lot of people don't really live their lives as like altruists. I think putting it into perspective, like um where somebody might be an egoist, it's still they're still able to function in society because um it's not just their interests, but like it's the interests of themselves and of others in a way that so like for example, so like if me and you are having this discussion, right? And or like if we're doing an activity and we both have the same goal, I'm gonna still have that same goal even if you're there or not. And the fact that you're there with me, trying to reach that goal with me, we're both it's like a the way I see it is like a hypercharged egoism. Like we both are helping each other. Like we're not helping each other because we're altruistic towards this goal. We're helping each other because the goal is for ourselves. That's how I see it. So it's not does like does she talk about like kindness, for example? You can be kind to someone, like you said, like for your own interests or because you love the person, right? It's not necessarily because you want to get something out of them. Could you say it? Could you put it in that manner?
Uh, well, you said kindness for your own interests or because you love the person.
Yeah,
I
with
don't think those are mutually exclusive. Like it could be both.
uh-huh.
And I think uh, but fundamentally it has to be because or it should be because it serves your self-interests. Like if you love the person, I think that what that means is the person is a value to you. So
Yeah.
they matter to you. So then if
So
you were
it's
kind
both
to that
egoism.
person,
Yeah.
it's still an egoistic act because you're fostering your relationship with someone who you value. And if you did not value that person, then maybe there wouldn't be a reason to be kind beyond a certain point. I mean, I think there's a certain base level of kindness which it's good to extend to everyone just by default, like some random stranger if you don't know. I think it's good to just assume, give them the benefit of the doubt if you don't have any information to the contrary. Don't assume people are bad. I guess if depending on where you are, like if I go to Gaza or something, a place where I know they're hostile to the West and they want to annihilate the state of Israel, maybe it's better to assume it's more likely than not that people are not going to are not going to um, be kind to me, and maybe they'll even want to kill me. But at least in a certain context, like the United States of America, I think it makes sense to treat random strangers with a certain level of kindness and benevolence. That doesn't mean I'm going to spend a lot of time on them or money, but maybe I'll give them a little smile if I pass somebody. I do that. I go out for a walk and I see some neighbor walking their dog. I have no idea who this person is, but they say hello. I say hi back, so I'm kind to them. But am I going to go out of my way to like spend an hour? Am I going to give them $1,000, some random person? Am I going to spend 10 hours talking to this person on the street and learning about them? No, I'm not. So I will give them a little courtesy and benevolence for the few seconds that I pass them. And I think it makes sense to do that. But the more, like if I say, all right, now I'm going to be a Mother Teresa and I'm going to go devote my entire life to serving some random strangers in India, that I think is when it's no longer just being kind and benevolence and courteous. It's actually more like self-sacrifice and destroying your own interests and putting others ahead of yourself. So I think it makes sense to give everyone, at least in a certain context, a benevolent context, a certain amount of goodwill. But the more you do for someone, um, the more it has to be justifiable that you're spending. Like if I'm going to spend a lot of time with my wife, with my kids, with my friends, that's going to involve a lot more time and money, but it has to be because they're giving a lot more value to me in exchange. They add a lot of value to my life, whereas the random stranger I pass on the street walking her dog for a few seconds doesn't add a lot of value. Maybe it adds a little, but correspondingly, I'm not going to be giving much value in return when I say hello back.
Mhm.
So.
I have a
So
few
that's yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have a few things. So um one thing I don't like about like I'm kind of reading the chat right now too, and when people phrase like egoism as like a transactional thing, I don't know if that's what they're phrasing it as, but I've seen the term like some people think like some people think that all social interaction is transactional, but to me, I I think a view like that would be it's it's too depressing to me, and I think a better view like a better way to look at it while still maintaining that egoism. I mean, it's that still fits in the framework is that example I put out. Like you can still interact with people like a relationship, right? Like if you're in a relationship, it's not that you're giving and taking, it's that you're both giving and you're both getting. Like there shouldn't be a back and forth. Because I feel like once you adopt that mentality of like transactional, once you give something, you owe back. And I just don't see that in relationships often. What I see is I see people, you know, if you're in a family and you love your family, you give to your family, not because it's a transaction and because they owe something back. It's because you love your family. And I think that still fits in egoism because um it's there's probably a lot of Darwinian like an it's evolutionary evolutionarily advantageous to love your family. You know that you know we grew up in tribes. It's advantageous to get out into the social world and be a good person. That way you can make friends and you can do all sorts of things and um, I do have one counterpoint though, as I'm going with egoism as this kind of functional, um, advantageous, I guess, like model for like human behavior. I think at a certain point, once somebody becomes a parent, I think that flips on its head. Once you have a child, I think that, especially for a mother, when you have a baby, um, what you're kind of caring the baby isn't it's not about you anymore once you have a child. That's what I think about it. And I think that's where maybe egoism might have a little hard time explaining is like uh, the amount of effort um, a mother and a father put into their children. How can you explain that um, with egoism? Where does that come into play?
Okay. Yeah, so I'll go to that in a bit, but first I want to address the transactional point that you brought up. I wasn't looking at the chat before, but I did go back to it and I saw that there was some discussion on that issue. So I would say that um, uh, the transaction is not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily put it in terms of being a transaction, but there should be some kind of trade, value for value. It could be a spiritual trade. I don't think all trades are material. It's not always in terms of dollars and cents. You go to a store, you buy something in dollars and cents, but with a person, Ayn Rand, she says one place that virtue is the currency by which one man pays for the admiration of another, something like this. So if someone has a certain character, they're honest and proud and productive, and they have integrity. They have a certain character, and as a result of that, I think they deserve admiration. So you could see this as a kind of transaction in a very broad sense of transaction.
Yeah,
It's not
like
a
an
transaction
emotional
in terms of
transaction. Yeah.
it's that there's cause and effect. They have made themselves a certain way. They've built a certain character in their own soul, and as a result, I have a certain emotional response to it, a positive emotional response. Whereas if someone has built a very different soul, a corrupt person who lies all the time and has no integrity, and someone like Donald Trump, who I don't think cares about the truth, I have a very different emotional reaction, and that's again caused by the nature of the person I'm responding to. So you could call it a transaction if you have a very broad notion of what it means to be a transaction. If it just means a causal kind of relationship,
Mhm.
um, but I agree that you don't have to like keep a ledger in terms of dollars and cents, and it doesn't have to be exact in that sort of way in how you deal with other people. If we're talking about something like friendship or romance, there's still a trade though, and that's what I would want to get across. There should be a win-win relationship. It should be that both are offering each other some kind of value, whether that's some material value or a spiritual value or both. Maybe it could be both. But getting to the issue of children, that's I think children can be a tremendous value to parents, and one should only have children if one thinks they will be, or at least might be, a great value to them, because there is a huge cost that is involved in being a parent. As you were alluding to, you're responsible for this other being for 18 years, and it takes a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. But in compensation, some people say, having a child is one of the greatest joys of their life. So there is a tremendous benefit that one gets. It's not like a one-way transaction, and you're not getting anything from the child, and you're just slaving away for this child. So I think there is a kind of trade there. It's not that the child is intentionally himself necessarily thinking, "Oh, I've got to pay the parent back for all that the parent is doing for me." I don't think it's proper to expect the child. I mean, the child has no conception of that at first. It didn't choose to be brought into the world. But you, as the parent or the potential parent, I think you should only be having the child if you think that this child is going to be bringing a lot of value to your life, in which will make it worth all the effort and time that you have to go through in order to raise the child. So I can look at some of these chats that have come in, but if you want to reply or say anything else at this point, go ahead.
Um, the I think I have maybe one discrepancy with uh like I don't know, it's just me. I don't like the word transaction or trade. I think a better way to look at it, um, especially if you're like caring, if you love people, if you have a child, um, back to the point where you mentioned like it is a great, meaningful, investment, spiritually and emotionally. Once you do have a kid, it can be very fulfilling, right? Um, but like you mentioned, 18 years, you're spending your time raising them. So Um, in my mind, I don't see it as trade. I see it as almost like investment. Like you're you're delaying the immediate reward, I guess you could call it, um, for for the future. So you're putting in effort, and you know that it's going to be worth it. That's essentially what I'm trying to get at. Is you know the effort you're putting in is there's nothing else really matters. You just know that in your heart that it's worth doing. Like I feel like people have that gut feeling sometimes when they when they're speaking to people, when they're, you know, when they're behaving throughout their day. Like people don't really decide like robots, like, oh, what can I invest in, or what can I, you know, do this, and how can I interact, and how will this help me in the social world. I think people are often led by gut feelings, and whether that's like through their biology or whatever. I think that um, it's it's deep in our psychology um, to be altruistic at some points, um, and I'd, especially for like a child. But as you said, there is a payoff at the end. You know, there's like I'm a psychology student, so I know um, a couple facts here and there. So uh, they found that children who return to the home, or like adult children who return to the home um, after leaving, the relationship between the parent and the child is like heavily improved. Like it's way better than it ever has been, especially for like kids in my generation who are uh, having access to less housing and are living with their parents longer. Their relationships are getting way better. So I think that yeah, I think that there's an innate value that in people's hearts they know of, um, that comes down the road. So it's like it's it's doesn't seem like egotistical, or I don't know, is that the right term, egotistical? Like how
Egoist. I think
egoistic.
egotist and egoist have a somewhat different meaning, but
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, I think
egoist would be the
egoist.
one.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's there is still there it's like I mentioned, or like you said, there's not really a scale. It's more one or the other. I think they both interact differently in the world, and they each have their uses. That's what I think.
Okay, so one thing I would say is I don't think the payoff only comes at the end, or you also used the phrase like the value comes down the road. It's not in you also use the term investment. This is something you in the future you get the payoff, but I don't think it's just at the end that you get the value. It's not like you raise a kid, you do all this work for 18 years, and then finally you start having joy once the kid is out of the house and you have an
Yeah.
empty nest. No, I mean a lot of parents they enjoy the process of raising a child and seeing it grow and seeing it make its first steps and its first words. These are just amazing experiences to have, and it's a payoff in the moment. I mean, there's also a lot of work, but it's not that you do all the work up front and then you finally get the payoff after the kid is gone. Um, you might think that's kind of weird. I no longer have this thing around me, but now I'm getting all the benefit from it. No, I think you enjoy it as it's happening, or ideally that's how it should go. And that's why you should want to have the kid, not because you think in 18 years from now you're gonna get some
Yeah.
benefit from it.
Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunately, I think often parents don't have a good relationship with their children, and hopefully there's a way for them to solve whatever problems they have. But at least going into it, I think the hope should be that it's going to be an enjoyable experience. That's at least what you attend. You enjoy the process of seeing your children grow and raising them. Some parents even want to homeschool their kids. But the intention at the outset, I think, should at least be that you're going to enjoy this process. And I think that's a very egoistic intention or motivation to go into it with.
Mhm.
Whereas altruism might be like, well, my mother expects me to have children. My family is telling you, oh, you got to have a child. That's you don't want to be by yourself. But maybe you rationally decide you don't want to have children. I think that can be a rational decision to make. Ayn Rand did not choose to have children. She
Mhm.
wasn't against having children like for everyone necessarily. It's just that she personally didn't think that that would be the best for her own life. But if you did have children for altruistic reasons, just because you're afraid of upsetting others and you want to satisfy some family members or whatever who's putting pressure on you, that would be a bad motivation to have children. And I think that would most likely lead to bad relationships with your kids. Maybe you would resent them. Now you've got this big burden, but you didn't really want it. You only did it because some other people were telling you to do it.
Yeah.
Um, so I think it's important to go into it with an egoistic motivation, and then that will most likely lead to happiness on all sides for the parents as well as the children.
Okay. I think I have maybe one kind of final question. Um,
Sure.
I do like the idea of like stressing the importance of like following your own heart. I think that's maybe a lighter way to summarize egoism, but what um wh- what are the like what is the outcome or the pitfalls of somebody who lives a life of altruism? What does that life what would that life look like? And why is that why could that be bad, not just for the person, but for the people around them?
Well, I think the primary concern should be how it affects you, and a secondary concern could be how it affects others around you. But as to what it looks like, I think Mother Teresa uh, or Jesus might be the best sorts of examples to have in mind. Um, or maybe some social worker who spends their life doing social work for the sake of, I mean, you could enjoy doing whatever social workers do, or you could do it because you think you have some duty to society. Like a lot of what is important here is what your motivation is. Like I was just saying with the children, having children, you could either have children for a good motivation, like you think they're going to bring joy to your life, or for a bad motivation because you think other people expect it. And so you're just having them out of social conformity. Likewise with social work, maybe that's something that someone thinks they're actually going to get fulfillment from. On the other hand, someone might think they owe some duty to give back to society or something, do a bunch of volunteer work. That might be another thing someone does.
Mhm.
But it's really the motivation that I think is important. So why would you ever do something that you don't think is going to benefit yourself in the end? I just see no reason to do that. Um, I I think there is a reason to do what makes you happy. It's something that gives you enjoyment. It's sort of self-evident. You just have this positive experience. Why wouldn't you want this? I think our idea of good ultimately traces back to our experience of pleasure. Ayn Rand talks about this in her essay, The Objective is Ethics. I think ultimately it's your own experience of pleasure and pain that gives you the idea of good and bad. And what good and bad involves is something that evolves over time as you mature. But I just don't see any reason why you would put something ahead of your own enjoyment or happiness in life, which is what altruism requires you to do. Altruism, at least as Ayn Rand understands it, where it doesn't merely mean being kind or benevolent. As I said, those can be very egoistic things to do, in the way you treat strangers, for instance. If you understand altruism to mean subordinating your interests to others, Why would you ever do that? So how would you convince me that that's a good thing for me to do? It's kind of impossible on its face for you
Yeah.
to convince me that it's good for me to put me second. Like
Yeah.
by definition, doing what's good for me means putting my own interests first. Otherwise, I'm not doing what's good for me. So I just don't think there's any argument or reason to accept altruism if you understand it in this way of otherism, putting others first and yourself somewhere lower. I don't know if that addresses what you were asking, but those are some of my thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, that covers it pretty well. I have well, I guess I have one example that
Sure.
um it's almost tricky because I feel like it's a matter of perspective because my question was, what about a person who goes to war? I mean, they're most likely going to die. Like, let's say someone was drafted into like for like D-Day and they were on the first wave and they knew that yeah, this was probably going to be it. Um, is it altruism or is it egoism? Because for someone living in egoism, it might be yes, I'm gonna go on the into the first wave because I have a family at home and I want them to be safe, and that's their reason they want to do it for their family. Um, and then there's also the other side, altruism. Maybe somebody didn't really want to go to war, and they were dragged into it, and um, despite all the turns and in the process of getting into the infantry or wherever they're placed, they're up until the point they die, they're not happy with their situation. Um, could you so like it is it is it more a matter of perspective or is it like what I'm like struggling to think of the right question. Like the difference between the two soldiers. The first one is could it be argued that they're living in egoism because they're almost voluntarily wanting to go on the front line for their family, right? Like,
Hmm. Yeah, I think it really does depend, like as to whether it's egoistic or altruistic, what the motivation is. So when you mention the draft, I think that in a way that takes it out of the realm of morality because that involves coercion. You're forcing someone to go through with a certain action, being in the military, and there it's not their choice. It's not like they're choosing to do something that they think is going to um, advance their own interests. If they were doing that, then that would be egoistic. They're also not choosing to do something that they think is not good for themselves, which would be is placing others ahead of themselves. That would be altruistic if they were choosing themselves. But if they're forced to do it, you might call it like coerced altruism, or if the reason is, oh, we have to save the nation, and that's why we're drafting you. But maybe in a more strict sense, it's neither altruistic nor egoistic if it's coerced because it's not an issue of the person's own choice. And Ayn Rand was very opposed to that, to the drafts and to coercion, to
mhm.
forcing people. And I think she might have had a hand indirectly in ending the draft. One of her followers or students, Martin Anderson, I think was the guy's name. He was I guess in I don't know if he was in the Nixon administration or had the ear of someone in the Nixon administration, but I think he made some arguments which were influenced by Ayn Rand, and eventually the draft was abolished. But Ayn Rand was very opposed to the draft. But if we take it out of the realm of coercion and we're just talking about people who voluntarily join the military, then I think you can better distinguish was this an altruistic or egoistic motivation. And if you're fighting because you value liberty and you think your country stands for liberty, and you want you and your family to not be enslaved by other countries, then I think it can be an egoistic motivation and an egoistic act. But if you think you have some duty to serve others and you don't enjoy the military life, and you're only doing it because it could somehow help others, not because you are somehow benefiting, not because you have friends and family that you want to see live a prosperous life, then it would be an altruistic motivation. So you really just have to talk to someone and know what are their reasons for doing it. And then you can decide whether this was an altruistic or an egoistic action. But just joining the military per se, I don't think that's enough to know whether someone is an altruist or an egoist. It could be either one.
Mhm. So would you say that it's when it comes to like circumstances like that, it's kind of out of the question, like like a direct, like something that is forced upon you without your will. There's no real egoism or altruism because you can't really make a decision. I mean, you can decide how you're going to behave once you're thrown into it, but at the end of the day, when disaster strikes, right? Like if a hurricane hits your city, like you don't really choose that. You don't choose that outcome. You can only choose how to maybe think about it or behave in that situation afterwards. So
Yeah, I think maybe you could call it like the draft or taxes. You could call that enforced altruism. As I was trying to say before, I don't think in a strict sense it really is because it doesn't involve choice. But in effect, what you're doing is you're living for the sake of others. And but this is being coerced on you. So like through Social Security, as I was talking about with another chatter earlier, or any other program that taxes are funding, like public education, Medicare. These are cases where I am supporting other people. Um, so in effect, I'm living for others, and they're also living for me, like because it's not just me. It's not like it's a one-way
yeah,
street. We're all collectivized, and we're forced
it's
to
like a
pay,
it's like a win-win almost, right? Like
or a
you
lose-lose.
lose.
You might also look at it as like they're being a parasite on me, and I'm also being a parasite on them, and it's
Yeah.
easy to lose track exactly how much is everyone being a parasite on who.
Yeah, because not
Um,
everybody's aiming up at the same time. Like you, I guess you could say, yeah, like we're picking at each other's pockets in a way, right?
yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
there could be mutual resentments. There's a passage in Ayn Rand's novel Atlas Shrugged, which deals with this, how people start to. There's a company uh, uh, which is I guess there's a change in the management or the ownership of it. And previously it was run as a for-profit company, but then some communist heirs, I guess the company founder, he dies and then he leaves the company to his heirs, and they're no longer going to run it for profit. They're now going to run it on the communist slogan of from each according to his ability to each according to his need. So now, if you're one of the best workers at the company, you don't get paid more, you don't get a raise or something. Instead, you have to work overtime, and your earnings now go to support the people who are less good. And now people are becoming resentful of each other because before you were earning more, and now other people are being parasites on you. And I think if you read this, it's a powerful depiction of what happens, how people end up at each other's throats. And instead of having mutual goodwill, you have mutual ill will among people when they're taught that they need to live for the sake of others instead of having a moral right to live for their own sake.
Mhm.
And I think that happens when we have enforced altruism, whether it's through the military draft or through taxes. Um, you're in effect coercing, you're making people live for others, even though they're not choosing that. So that's why I call it enforced altruism. But it's not a moral choice you're making there because you are for the moral is the chosen in Ayn Rand's view. Like if you're not actually choosing something, it's not an issue of morality. Morality is a guide to what choices you should make in your life. But if you're not making a choice, if you're just being forced to act in a certain way, then it's not really an issue of morality. Um, but I'll pause there and come back to you if you have any other thoughts you want to add or
Um,
questions.
Can I make one last quick argument trying to like steel man altruism?
Sure.
So the way I look at the world is we exist in relationships with people, and those relationships can be with real people, but they can also be with yourself. You can have a relationship with your future self. Um, do you think that the people I'm talking about like maybe somebody who's going to school and they're in a really hard degree and they're trying to earn their way up, or somebody who's starting a business and they're really trying to craft this business, and throughout their journey they're pushing themselves because the goal for their future self, so the relationship they have with their future self, they want them to see that end. So could you say that, I guess my steel man is that although it might seem like egoism, like, yes, I'm doing this for the interest of myself, um the, the relationship you have with your future self, you're constantly delaying instant gratification to reach that future point. So in a way, would can that be considered altruism because you're putting in all this effort, and maybe this effort, like, it's very difficult and you don't want to do it at the moment. Like, you wake up every day and, do I want to sit down and grind at my desk every day, or do I want to do this every day? Maybe not, but you have that goal. And so in a way, you're acting altruistically for that future version of yourself when you quote unquote make it.
Hmm. Okay, so this I think will again depends on the particulars of the case. Like you could work in a way that is altruistic, or you might also call it self-sacrificial, or in a way that's egoistic. So just like with the children, parents raising their children, um, that could be done in an egoistic way or a non-egoistic way, depending on the motivation. So ideally, I think the way it should happen is you choose some line of work that you enjoy the process of doing the work. It's not that you just, like with the children, 18 years later, you finally start to get some reward.
Mhm.
But the whole process up until that point is just drudgery and misery. No, I think if you have a job you love, something you're passionate about, then you enjoy the process. And you also get some material rewards, like maybe your pay increases, you get raises at your job, or you get more clients over time. But I think it's important to enjoy the process itself and not just wait 18 years or until you're retired at 65 and only get satisfaction at that point. I think that would be a you could call that a self-sacrificial approach to work if you did say, I'm just going to undergo 40 years of drudgery and not get any benefit till the end. That would make for a miserable life.
Mhm.
I think it's better to find some other line of work, even if you don't make as much as you could, but something that you really enjoy doing, so that you do enjoy the process. And as a result, you're enjoying life. That's really what it's about. Um, so it's not a grind. You use that term. Like maybe there are times when it feels like a grind. I think maybe in every job, or at least most jobs, there's at least certain elements of it that you might not like as other parts of the job. Like maybe you hate answering emails, or you don't like doing cold calls if you're a salesman, but maybe you like some other aspect of the job. Maybe you like having person-to-person interactions. Um, but you should find something that you at least enjoy the bulk of, so that overall the job doesn't feel like drudgery or a grind or miserable, but you actually love it. You're passionate about it. And some people, they say it doesn't even feel like work to them. Like, how could you call this a job? Because they
Mhm.
just love the work so much. But it should be like that with all jobs. I guess it's harder to do that if you're in a pre-industrial age. Maybe there aren't nearly as many opportunities open to you. Like it used to be that almost everyone was a farmer, and you do, intense manual labor. so there wasn't much choice. But in the modern era, there's so much choice in the kinds of career we have, and now, a very small percentage of people work at the task of providing for the barest, simplest necessities, just the food that keeps us going. So not most people can do something else other than farming. Now, maybe you enjoy farming, and I'm not saying farming is necessarily bad, but you want to find something. And I think it's increasingly possible to do this now, with our increased freedom today that we have compared to centuries ago, that you can find something that you actually enjoy the process of, and not only the end result, so that it can be an egoistic experience, not an altruistic or self-sacrificial one.
Mhm. Could you summarize altruism as using yourself as a means to somebody else's end? Is that a good way to put it?
Using yourself as a means to someone's ends. Um, I guess if that's your goal, then it could be considered altruism. Like right now, I'm allowing myself to be used as a means to your end of better understanding Ayn Rand. Like you're new to this philosophy, you haven't read Ayn Rand before, and I'm a means to your um, better understanding of Ayn Rand. At least that's what I'm trying to do. But I don't see this as altruistic. Like I think it's in my interest if other people understand Ayn Rand's ideas better and ultimately accept her ideas, because I think that will make the world a better place for me. So if my reason for helping other people understand and become aware of Ayn Rand was because I want to help other people as an end in itself, then it would be altruistic. But if my reason for helping others understand Ayn Rand is because somehow I it comes back to benefit me, or maybe I just enjoy the process itself of teaching other people about Ayn Rand, then it's an egoistic experience, action, and that is what it is in my case. I actually enjoy doing this. I love live streaming, and
Mhm.
I think by advancing Ayn Rand's ideas in the world, spreading them, teaching people about them, I will help to make the world a better place for me. So in my case, it's
Yeah,
an egoistic.
it gives yourself a purpose. It's not. It's it. I. It's both. It's purpose for helping others. You could.
Yeah, it's an egoistic purpose. Like
Mhm.
I help other people in doing what I'm doing, and a dentist tries to help your teeth get better. A doctor tries to help your other health issues, but they're also getting paid, so they're
Yeah.
also helping themselves. So it's a
Yeah. Yeah.
win-win transaction. Now, if they donate all their money, all their salary to other people, and then maybe it's altruistic. If they need that money to live well themselves, then they're just going to be starving and miserable without their salary. Maybe if they're super rich, they don't need any more money and they'd rather help others, and that gives them satisfaction. But um, just helping others by itself can be a very egoistic thing. As I've mentioned, it depends on why you're helping them. Is it because you somehow, it somehow makes your own life go better and contributes to your own happiness, or not? And
E-
that's really
Uh,
what determines whether it's egoistic.
I there's a person in my life who this person I know, she is super like I would describe her as altruistic. She always seeks to help others in everything almost all the time. Um and to me, I don't know deep down in her heart what it is that makes her that way. Um so I guess my question is also because I'm familiar with psychology, I know people have certain personality traits that make them um, more agreeable. Let's say agreeableness is like a big personality trait for people. You can either be really agreeable or super disagreeable or somewhere along the scale. And in her case, I would argue that she is a really super agreeable person, and that makes her want to be friendly, want to help out. And to me, it seems like, wow, if I was in her position, like it would almost kill me to be working that much for other people. Do you think there's people that are more innate or outwardly altruistic, but it's not the case that they are, in that they are more they gain a sense of a purpose from it, or maybe it's just how they're wired, and so in that way, there's it's more ego. It's more of an egoism thing.
I think you might just have to gather more information. Like, I don't know, based on what you've said so far, uh, it's not clear to me that she's acting egoistically or altruistically. Maybe there's a mixture of motivations. It could maybe some of both. Um, I guess you need to talk to someone and find out what their reasons is. Like, what you could ask her if you wanted to, like, why do you spend so much time helping other people? Is it because you enjoy the experience? And if you did not enjoy it,
Mhm.
you would stop doing this, or would you still do it even if you didn't enjoy it and didn't get anything out of it yourself? And if she said, depending on her answer to that question, I think that could give you a clue or maybe an answer as to whether she's acting altruistically or egoistically. If she said she would do it regardless of whether or not she got anything out of it herself, monetarily or spiritually, like sometimes you might not get anything out of it materially. Like before, we were talking about this transactional issue, and but I was saying there was spiritual transactions and material transactions. Sometimes people, if they volunteer for some cause, they're not getting paid, so there's no material or monetary reward, but it just gives them a lot of satisfaction nonetheless to promote some cause, like maybe helping out someone get elected in politics, um, which may ultimately have material consequences. But there could be things where most of the reward is just the enjoyment someone gets out of something, and it's not some material thing or payment in terms of money. But if this person says, no, it doesn't matter whether it's I get any material or non-material benefit from this, I would still just do it. Then it seems it's not really egoism that she's acting on. It's something else, maybe altruism. I don't know if she's religious. Maybe that's something you could find out if you don't already know. Like, is she motivated by some sense of religious duty? I think a lot of
Mhm.
people pick up this idea of altruism from religion. Um, so I think you would just have to talk to her and explore it to find out what's really driving her.
You think that she could, do you think that in her case, and maybe others too, that it could be something spanning from like her childhood or something unconscious, maybe a trauma? I'm speaking more psychological, but some an event that happens or a series of events that craft a person into a more altruistic version of themselves that they otherwise wouldn't have been. Um, and I guess my question is, do you think that would cause suffering for that person?
I mean, if they are acting on an altruistic premise, I think that does cause suffering, at least to some extent. I mean, there's greater and less degrees of altruism. Like some people might just think maybe some people's altruism extends only to like giving a beggar a dollar on the street every once in a while when they happen to pass someone. Whereas other people, they're like Mother Teresa and they devote their entire lives. And these are just different degrees of altruism. But I think to the extent that you are subordinating your interests to others, you are um, you're undermining your own self-interest. So the more altruism there is, the worse off you're going to be. But I think any amount of um, undermining your own interests is bad. So it's never good to. It's like poison. I think altruism is a kind of poison, intellectual poison, and there's no amount of good poison. There's more and less degrees of, or greater and less degrees of poisoning, but no amount of poisoning is good.
Mhm.
It's just how much evil is there. That's how I see it. So there's always going to be some negative consequences, but they could be relatively minor, or they could be major,
Mhm.
just depending on how thorough of an altruist you are.
yeah, I guess it depends, right? I think I think altruism, I mean, by this new definition that I've learned over our discussion is s- it's it's sort of like the thing, it's like the situation where um when somebody asks you a question, or if they ask for something and you don't answer honestly, and you don't want to do it, what it is that you want, but you know it's going to make them feel better. It's that in itself is altruistic, and it causes resentment because by answering, almost like you're lying, right? When you just want to make the other person feel good by answering or behaving or helping them, um, when you don't want to, and that can create resentment for either yourself. You might say, um, "Oh, I never stick up for myself. I never can tell people what I truly want," or for the other person, like, "You make me do these things when I never want to." Blah blah blah. So I think um, it it's that's my sense of altruism. That's what I've gotten from it, and I think my takeaway from our discussion is, if you're going to live, is it egoistic? If you're going to
That's what
live
I,
more,
yeah.
if you're going to live more egoistic, then that means speaking what you really mean to people, um, so that resentment doesn't bubble up in yourself or towards others in a way. It's doing
Yeah.
what you what you know you will not regret, in a way. That's how I think of it.
I think that's, uh, it feels like it's at least in the ballpark of how I'm understanding it. I mean, there might be some things that you end up regretting, even if you're egoistic. But it's not that you don't intend to regret them. You intend to live in a way that you're not going to regret. Um, but I do
Mm.
think that uh, telling lies to make others not feel as bad, uh, maybe that is a good example of some of the problems that altruism can create. Like if you tell someone a lie to protect his feelings, someone asks you, like your significant other, she asks you, like, does this dress make me look fat? A common example. And you
Yeah.
tell her a lie
The
and you
question.
say,
Yeah.
oh no, you look great in that dress, when actually you think, yeah, it does make you look fat. Um, I think it's bad to tell the lie. I think you should tell the truth. Um, But how could it create resentment if you don't tell the truth? Well, now you might think, okay, I'm beholden to this lie. If I want to keep the lie going and not be found out, uh, that might create resentment. So,
Well, at that point, you're more likely to lie to your wife over and over and over until you can't stand her. That's a probably a
yeah,
harsh
it
way to
might.
put
I mean,
it.
sometimes that happens. Lies lead to more lies because you have to cover up the first lie. Like if she
Yeah.
buys another dress and she said, "Well, what do you think about this dress? Does this make you look fat?" And you might feel like, "Okay, now I've got to lie again," because if I don't, she's going to say, "Well, why do you have a different view of these two dresses when as far as I
Yeah.
can tell, they look the same on me in the mirror. So why do you think this one makes me not look fat and this other one does?" So now you have to tell another lie to be consistent with the first lie. And so that might increase your own anxiety. Now you're lying to your wife even more, and maybe maybe there could be some resentment going in the other direction too. Like I guess if she ever finds out that you were lying to her, now she she's going to have trust issues. You know, how can she trust you if she found out you were lying?
Yeah.
And maybe she'll, if you don't lie because you're still trying to cover your tracks, she'll get the sense that you're not being genuine with her. Maybe if you take a little too long to reply to her, you're too hesitant, and she feels like you're being fake or phony. There's just some vibe she gets. Something's not right
Yeah.
here. You're not engaging with me in a way that feels authentic.
Yeah.
So then maybe she's gonna start to resent you and feel you're being phony, and so
I
yeah,
think
there's
there's I think you're right. Like there's a way to balance honesty in a way that isn't necessarily so harsh. Like the way I see it is like if you're gonna be honest and there's pushback to that honesty, then you're tackling a much smaller problem than you would if you kept lying. Like as you start lying, that problem, if you just told the truth to begin with, you could solve that problem right there. But if you kept lying, you're growing that problem unnecessarily larger because not only when you finally tell the truth or when she finally finds out, you have that's the original problem, but you also have the lies that you just threw on top of it,
yeah.
right? So yeah, definitely worth it to just be just be honest, right? So
Yeah, I have honesty here on my background here. The That's one of the core virtues of Ayn Rand's philosophy. And
sweet.
there's other virtues like integrity, justice, independence, and these are discussed in the objectivist literature. She called her philosophy objectivism, and you can read more about all of this stuff. But yeah, honesty is definitely a core part of the philosophy. And there are cases where it's justified to lie if someone is classic example, a kidnapper comes to your door and says, "Do you have any children?" And you have children, like should you be honest with the kidnapper
Yeah.
or should you lie to him? But in that case, your lie is to protect some value. It's not to gain a value that you don't already have. It's just um, you're getting back to zero, so to speak. Whereas if you tell the truth, that's going to be at the expense of your own life. It's not egoistic in that case
Yeah.
um, to tell the truth. But I think if you actually consider the consequences of lying in other cases, like we were talking about with, lying about how the dress fits on your wife, there, if you trace out the consequences of lying, they are bad. And it will create this sort of resentment and these psychological problems, whereas that's not going to happen. Those aren't going to be consequences if you lie to a kidnapper. So there's no dogma that out of context, like with religion, thou shalt not
Yeah,
lie. And
yeah.
it's contextual. You have to think it through. You have to use your
Yeah.
reason. That's the fundamental virtue in objectivism, rationality. And if you think these things through, you come to an understanding of what's the appropriate way to act in any given case, and how do these principles, like the principle of being honest, how do they apply?
Yeah,
But
I
yeah, go
agree.
ahead.
Like um I'm definitely gonna check her out, her work. Um I've me myself, I've grown up with a lot of Christian values and reading the Bible. And I will say there was a lot of situations in the Bible itself and in my personal life, where, as you just described, like reason, there's more nuance to, there's so much nuance to things. It can't just be summed up in like in 10 commandments, right? It can't be summed up so easily. So um, I think that's why I'm naturally drawn to discussions like these, or learning something new, is because um, those values that I may have relied on for so long, I have come to realize that it's not that they're shallow, but there's more thought to be had about them, I think. And um, yeah, definitely I'm definitely I'm pretty pleased so far with our chat. I'm definitely gonna check her workout for sure.
Great. Yeah, I'm very pleased with myself. Uh, I'm really glad that you called and that we got to discuss a lot of these important issues. So yeah, and I invite you to call again sometime. So if you read Ayn Rand's and you're interested in coming back and chatting some more, I'd definitely be happy to have you come back.
100%.
So
We'll definitely see how my schedule looks, but
okay, yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Well,
r- yeah, so thanks for calling in and yeah, I'll maybe see you around later. Up to
yeah.
you. Do whatever is egoistic. I'll leave on that note. Do
Yeah.
whatever is in your self-interest.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
That's what I
thank
would
you. I
say.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Thanks,
have a good
Dan.
day.
You
Yep.
too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. That was good. I'm very glad we had that call. That also helped give my voice a rest. Yeah, a lot of people they're raised religiously. Most people, I would guess, to some extent, they're raised religiously, and they learn a certain approach to morality, like the Ten Commandments, where they're just these commandments. They're not reasons, uh, conclusions. They're just these dogmas handed down from God, and you're supposed to obey them without much understanding of where they came from and why, why should we follow these? But objectivism is a philosophy. It's not a religion. So religions have this characteristic where they're many things which you just take on faith. It's not about appealing to someone's reason and explaining rationally why you should do something or other. It's more about just obedience. So it's a different mental frame, a different kind of outlook, and it's crucial to living a good life that we exercise our reason. That's what is distinctive to us as human beings compared to the other animals. They don't have a rational faculty, um, but that reason is our means of survival as human beings. And so we have to use it in all areas, including in the area of morality. What rationally makes sense when it comes to proper living? And I think Ayn Rand had a tremendous amount to offer um, of value on that subject. So I'm very happy to, if I can play some role and introducing Socks, that was the name he went by, and anyone else who's listening to this, if I can play some role in introducing them to Ayn Rand's ideas, that's great. That's what I'm here for. It's my egoistic purpose. All right, so let me come back to the chat. It's been a while since I looked at the chat. Usually when I'm on a call, I don't have enough mental space to also be looking at the chat, but now I can come back to it. All right. Great. I see some more likes on the stream. Very good. Thank you for those. Oh, we got some more subscribers too. Awesome. Thank you. Up to 953 now. That's the highest I've ever been. So I just got 47 more to go to hit 1,000. All right. So I got a lot of chats here to look at if I want to let me scroll to the end here. Just get an overview. Okay, so we got I see a bunch of chats from Robert. Where did I leave off? I think okay, yeah, here's where Socks came in at 232. All right. Greg Lurick is here, or at least was here. Let's not use slurs like that, Greg. Racial slurs. Maybe I should delete that. I'm glad I scanned the chat quickly. Because then I don't have to show it on screen if I'm sharing the screen. Let me take a look at this person's channel too. I'm going to okay. All right. I'm just going to delete this chat from Greg Lurick. So if you want to come in and say what's up, Greg, say it in a different way. Um, is that the only chat from him? That was at 3:22. Okay. I think I can share it now. Exhausted Sausage was another new person. Okay. Okay, now you can see the chat on screen. Okay, so I remember some of these chats. So we got a bunch from Robert. We got some from Ike of Newt. Greg Lewis. Exhausted Sausage. John Wayne. Jason Adams. Audrey. Oh, I haven't gone to the leaderboard yet. I'm going to check that out. All right, I think I hit everyone's name who's been participating in the chat. Here's Greg Lewis again. Robert Nacier again, Jason, Ike. Use your delusion. Okay, there's one new chatter in Florida Nick. Oh, he's Florida Nick says you should have asked him how he found the channel. Yeah, I do that sometimes with new people. If you are hearing this, Socks, I would be interested to know. You can let us know in the chat how you found my channel. Often it's because they were watching some other video and that other video recommended me at the end of it. You know how on YouTube you get to the end of a video, then the algorithm gives you a bunch of suggestions for other videos. I think that's how people often find out about me. Maybe that's the most common way. But let me look at some more of this. I'm interested in what Exhausted Sausage has to say because he's a new person. I haven't seen him here before. Where did he come in? Let me do a search on Exhausted. Exhausted. Okay, so this is the first, this is where he starts. Survivorship bias, cherry picking Andrew Carnegie. Once you reach a certain level of wealth, it's nearly impossible to squander it. Wealth begets wealth. Have you read Capital in the 21st Century by Thomas Piketty? And then John asks him if he's read Ayn Rand. And he says he hasn't. The idea of speculation as in allowing money to create money by itself and for itself when it should simply be a medium of exchange is poisonous, says Exhausted Sausage. All right. And then he's got some on morality. If your moral framework is such that it demands you engage in self-sacrifice up to and including death to say, save a stranger who's drowning, simply because you consider it objectively morally correct, because that act is contingent on your own morals, isn't that in your interest in some sense? And if so, the distinction seems useless. And Robert replies to him saying, in your interest isn't arbitrary. Wanting or choosing to do something doesn't automatically make it in your self-interest. And then there's some more from Exhausted Sausage and Robert. Have a little exchange here. Aristotle, Plato, the Republic, Kant. All right, so they're talking about, oh, I didn't mean to, didn't mean to delete or get rid of my find window here. I wanted to keep his name highlighted so I could see the last entries. Was that the last one? 10, 11. Okay, so that's the last one. 12 out of 12. All right, so I got a little flavor of exhausted sausage. There's a half-dead metaphor came to life a little bit because I said flavor and then I saw his name is sausage, so I got a flavor of the sausage. Um, some more from Ike of Newt. Use your delusion says you have to say put on a different dress. If you say yeah, you admit she's fat. Yeah, sometimes I think it can be inappropriate thing to do of not answering directly the question as it was asked, but maybe you say something else. Like if she says, does this dress make me look fat? And you say, put on a different dress, then you're not directly saying, yes, you look fat. You're sort of implying it's plausible that you're implying that, yeah, it does make her look fat. So, and I think sometimes that can be an appropriate thing to do. But if she keeps pressing you, like, no, I want to know, does this dress make me look fat? Give me a direct answer. Then I think maybe it is best to just give her the truth. She asked for it, and that can actually help build credibility and trust. I think she knows that you're not going to BS her. You're going to be honest with her, and that can help strengthen a relationship, even if it causes some. If it might cause her some momentary pain, dissatisfaction. On the other hand, it could cause satisfaction that she can gives her a sense that she can rely on you to be honest with her. All right. I've been going for 5 hours now. I think my voice got a rest. It's see when I went 5 hours last time, I felt like I had to end it. My last stream was just a few minutes longer than 5 hours, right? Yeah, 5:02. But now I'm about at that point, and I don't feel like I need to end. So Maybe that call with socks helped preserve my voice. It does feel a little bit strange, but I don't feel like I have to end right now. I don't know if I'll break the record, but I at least don't feel like I have to end now. All right, so what next? Should I go through a bunch of these chats that came in during the call? Because I only looked at a few of them just now. I was focused more on mostly on the new people, user delusion, that person, and exhausted sausage. But maybe now I should look at some of the other chats. Laura Nick says, "You're on just started the show, but I'm staying here till the end." Oh wow. That's uh that's a compliment. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, Florida Nick. I don't know how long I'm going to go though. So if you're going to stay here till the end, it remains to be seen. I wonder if anyone has listened to my entire super long streams, like these 7 hour streams I did. I wonder if any of you heard the entirety of those. You can let me know if you want. I hear the entirety of them twice because I re-listen to them afterwards so that I can make the description. I don't know if I'm always going to do that, but so far, with maybe one exception, I think I've listened to the entirety of my live streams after they've been live. But there was a way. I used to see somewhere there was an ask button which gave an AI summary, and but I haven't been seeing those recently, so I don't know if I can rely on AI to create a summary. I guess even if YouTube doesn't have an AI summary of my videos with timestamps, that was also something it did. Maybe I could just do some other AI program like ChatGPT and copy and paste the transcript of my videos into ChatGPT and then ask it to generate a summary for the description. I actually have never used ChatGPT on my own. Like I've once someone showed me how to use it and but I haven't used it myself. So I don't use AI much like unless it's attached to something else. Like when there was um, the ask button that I used to see on YouTube, I would use it there sometimes or but maybe I should find ways to use it more because it could be egoistic. It could make my own life go better. I think I took my first break at around 3 hours in. Yeah. So, but if I take another break, they might not be evenly spaced like every 3 hours or something. Or they also might not be the same length. All right, I guess I'll look at some of these other chats that came in during my call. So that was somewhere around here, because this was where Socks initially came in. He says hello, and then his first question was, why is altruism bad? If I read some of these silently, that will help save my voice. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just reading some of these silently. Oh yeah, I remember commenting on this one because this class term bourgeoisie was used, and I said I take a individualist approach as opposed to looking at things through the lenses of class, like a race, class, and gender. I mean, sometimes gender is relevant. Like if you're casting for a movie, maybe you want a female actor to play a certain role, or maybe if your race is relevant, if you're casting for someone to play the role of Obama in some movie about Obama, it makes sense to take into account something like race. So it's not like, but if you see everything like in terms of race, class, and gender, or some other non-individualist sort of way, then that's where then I think it can be a problem. Ike says Trump signed a bill equating anti-capitalism to terrorism. And the old McCarthy era laws are still in the books. What bill do you are you referring to here? I don't know if Ike is still here, but if he's here, I'd be interested to know what bill he's talking about there. I'm not a Trump fan, quite the contrary. Maybe I should be called an anti-fan, but I don't know what bill you're referring to there. Ayn Rand was involved in the fifth, was it the 40s, I think she was involved in the HUAC hearings, House Un-American Activities Committee. I forget the exact I'm not sure what the acronym was, but she testified about the influence of communism in the American movie industry. I don't know if that was before McCarthy or same time or later. Robert says we expect miracles for a dime because that's what it takes to manufacture it, despite the fact that it took a fortune to develop it. Greg remembers the teleportation question being discussed on Objectivism Online. Okay, what got Ike interested was Zoran and the general failures of liberal democracy. What got you interested in what? Communism? Robert says capitalism is safe and effective. Use as directed. Actually, use it however you judge best. Oh yeah, I remember reading this one from Ike, who says, also, Jeff Bezos didn't do all the work to make those phones or design them. The workers and designers did, of course. Did they get the money? Well, they got some of the money. So it's a false alternative to think that either the people on the assembly line did all the work or the CEO did all the work. I'm not saying that. They both do work, but they do different kinds of work and they make different levels of contribution. But the CEOs are not just parasites, as a lot of Marxists want to claim. And they think that the real work is done by the people on the assembly line, the manual laborers. They do the physical stuff, but they don't appreciate the intellectual component of production, all the planning, the managerial work, the financing that goes into giving them a factory that they can just step into and do their job at the assembly line. What made their job possible? That harks back to a comment Robert made that I read about this one. Um, we expect miracles for a dime because that's what it takes to manufacture it, despite the fact that it took a fortune to develop it. It took a fortune to develop Amazon. There's a huge system that had to be created, and now people can just you can just hire a worker, a janitor to step into that system and earn some money, but they're part of a huge system that took a lot of thought and effort to create, and that needs to be appreciated. And Ayn Rand is excellence on appreciating the intellectual contributions that go into the process of production, not just the material aspect of it. Oh, Ike says he'll call in later to explain this, to explain the Marxist view. All right, I don't know if he gave up because I haven't seen him for a while. This was 2:35. Where's Ike's the last chat from Ike was 3:27. That was about 45 minutes ago. So maybe Ike can call in on a different day. I don't know if I'm going to take another call today. I'll see how I'm feeling after I get through some more of these chats. Oh yeah, this quote from Atlas Shrugged. Muscles, Miss Taggart. Benignoli, the contractor, had said to her, muscles. That's all it takes to build anything in the world. That's the Marxist view, or at least something in that ballpark. Maybe Ike wants to dispute that. I don't know. I read this one before. Carnegie is an extreme case. I mean, you can become well off. You're not necessarily going to become a millionaire or multimillionaire, mega rich, but you can still work your way up in capitalism in a free society. And Your heirs can squander your wealth, or you can squander it yourself. I haven't read this book by Thomas Piketty. You're on Brooke. He's a objectivist podcaster. I think he's read at least part of it, and he's discussed it on his show. So you might want to check out his show. Is that what this tab is? Yeah, you're on Brooke. I often mention him on my channel. So if I search on his channel for Piketty, how do you spell that? Is it like that? Is that how you spelled it? Yeah. Let's see what comes up. Thomas Piketty and the Myth of Inequality. So I recommend listening to that. I probably heard some of this years ago when he first produced these videos. There's AOC in her Tax the Rich dress. And I think Iran was saying how many economists have disagreed with Thomas Piketty, but there's also a moral issue, um, which maybe Piketty doesn't get into, but Iran does a lot. He talks a lot about the morality of capitalism. Anyway, maybe that first video is where you'll find the most concentrated amount of material on Thomas Piketty from an objectivist commentator. You can also check out the Ayn Rand Institute's page and do a search there for Piketty. Maybe they have some videos. Let me take a quick look. Okay, there's a few videos, but I don't see Piketty in the title. You can't say I love you without saying I. That's a quote from Ayn Rand's novel, The Fountainhead, or at least close to a quote. I guess that came up when I was discussing with the caller Socks about the egoistic nature of love. When you love something, it's because it's a value to you. So love is not an altruistic thing, even though it involves having a positive attitude towards others. It's Haven't heard of this book, The Moneyball Method, a middle class manifesto for objective investing. Audrey says, I would still be nice, maybe even generous to strangers. It's a means of advertising one's openness or willingness to develop a relationship. It's crucial to differentiate altruism from kindness, respect, and benevolence, says Robert. John says altruism also denies benevolence with duty. Robert says, people aren't by default a zero to me. They are an enormous value. I've known objectivists who've gotten this wrong, who are cold and indifferent to everyone until someone proves they are good. People are innocent until proven guilty, legally and spiritually. I read that one. There is an idea that everything, no matter what, is self-interested, and I don't think that's right. I think Robert engaged with that somewhere down here. Yeah, here. Wanting or choosing to do something doesn't automatically make it in your self-interest. I've talked about that issue in the past. I think I'll skip it for now, though. I want to see what else is in here. Win-win relationships, says John. Robert says, I've got to give more than I give, not as a sacrifice, but because there's no way to balance that scale exactly 50-50. Call it what you want, call it what you will, says Jason, but if you offer charity, say to a family member, and they are not grateful afterwards or willing to work later when given the chance, then it stops. And be recognized that it was not a good transaction. Yes, if someone is showing goodwill to you, I think you should at least express appreciation, say thank you. Um, so that's a kind of trade in a broad sense of trade. Like you're trading goodwill, so to speak. Like you show someone goodwill, and then uh, they sh they can show goodwill back by saying thank you. Like if you offer charity to someone, as Jason says there. Robert says transaction in this context implies a ledger, either literal or psychological. And yes, we engage in all manner of transactions, but not all of our actions are like that. I was saying if you have a very broad sense of transactional, then maybe it's okay to think of like friendship or romance as this kind of transaction. And as there was that Ayn Rand quote I gave or approximated, like one man's virtue is this spiritual, or admiration is the spiritual payment we give for another man's virtue. If you're talking about payments in currency, um, admiration is the currency with which we pay for the. I forget the quote exactly, but anyways, when you're talking about currency and payment, these are terms which you might think are transactional, but they have to be understood in a very broad sense. And maybe it's stretching it too far to call it a transaction. if, as Robert says, that a transaction implies a ledger, either literal or psychological. Um, but there has to be some sense of value for value, win-win trade of some kind. Should be. Robert says, I've said, quite controversially, treat people not merely as they deserve, but as you deserve to treat them. I think this is the only properly selfish perspective. Jason says, in case my girlfriend had a nephew come live with us briefly, or in my case, my girlfriend had a nephew come live with us briefly. He had problems before he got here, and my interactions with him gave me the answer. He brings those problems on himself. So at least I got something out of it. Big topic, though, and long conversations have come out of it, says Robert. Yeah, that call we had could have been much, much longer, but maybe I'll continue it later if Sachs calls back. All right, here's one about deontological ethics. Honesty is always a virtue, says Robert, but it is honest when a crazed lunatic breaks into your home and asks where the young girls are to answer second floor, first floor. Is it honest? Is there a typo here? Because there's a question mark here. So should this say, is it honest? When a crazed lunatic breaks into your home and asks where the young girls are to answer second floor, first floor on the left. See, honesty is the rejection of the unreal. That's the formulation given by Leonard Peikoff, and who was Ayn Rand's students for decades and her top student. And he wrote a book called Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. He has a description of honesty there as the rejection of the unreal. So that's a very metaphysical way of looking at it. It's not about telling truth to another person. It's fundamentally about your own relation to reality, not your relation to other people. So if you reject the unreal, that means you're not deceiving yourself. That's first and foremost what it means. Your own mind is connected to reality. And if you are telling a lie to someone who wants to steal your child, someone who asks where your young girls are, you are rejecting as unreal the idea that he has a right to know that that your children belong to him. What's real is that he has no business asking this, and so to reject the unreal there, in other words, to be honest in this very fundamental way of looking at honesty, you are being honest when you're lying to the would-be kidnapper. You're staying connected to what's true, what's good, what's real, which is that um, he should have nothing to do with your kids. He's the one being dishonest by thinking he does have a right to that information. Um, he's trafficking in the unreal. You're preserving your connection to the real by lying to him. So that can happen sometimes. Greg says, side notes, in today's world, there are seemingly less emergencies making the trolley car or lifeboat scenarios and exercise an antiquated approaches to ethics. I think what I had offered the nephew, says Jason, was conditional transaction, charity. We'll help him out since we can and he was in need. So he needed to be grateful and go to work when he could get a job. And given he abruptly quit his work with no reason and did not seem to use words like please and thank you, he got kicked out. Yeah, maybe that's the least you could do. Like if someone is showing you goodwill, if they're giving you a place to live for a while and you don't even say thank you, that's a problem. That's that's injustice, actually. You're not giving someone what they deserve. They at least deserve a thank you. Taxes. I'm finishing up my taxes right now. I got an extension. Uh, I'm paying for those roads, helping to pay for them. Your tax dollars at work. I could die for you, but I couldn't and wouldn't live for you. That's a quote Robert gives from The Fountainhead. Robert's got to go. He'll be listening. Don't write anything too awesome without me. Kidding, keep being awesome, y'all. All right, thanks for coming by, Robert. I appreciate it. Thanks for your contributions. Sometimes people try to shame you as selfish, or call you, maybe that was happening here. Someone called Jason transactional, and he says, damn right, it may seem that way, but I've earned my reputation. All right, here we've got Ike talking about communism. Oh, is that when I was talking about the scene from Atlas Shrugged when a company went communist? Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah, he confirms that here. Jason says it's not your solemnly sworn duty to humanity to be on YouTube, right? Yeah, it's my egoistic pleasure to be on YouTube. All right, and getting up to the end. Jason says, I have another show on. Maybe that's your own Brooks show. but switch the mute button. Oh, switch the mute between you both. My comments above were about being transactional. Yeah, I read some of your comments there. Maybe you heard those. All right, I'm up to the ends. All right, maybe this is a good time to end the show. It's been 5.5 hours about. I think this is a pretty good in point. Just checking some of my analytics here. All right, yeah, I'm going to end it now. So I want to thank everyone for coming by during the live stream, and also thanks to those of you who watch this or listen to this later after the stream. Thank you for all the likes. Thanks to the new subscribers for subscribing. I appreciate that. And all the shares, comments, chats, and thanks to Socks for calling in. I really enjoyed that discussion. I thought it was very good, covered a lot of important territory, and I'm really pleased that we had that chat. And as I said, you can call again sometime if you'd like. Okay, so my next stream will be around 4 days from now, maybe a day sooner, maybe a day later, depending on my schedule, which is a bit up in the air right now. So, but anyways, I'll be back in a few days and hope to see you again there. So I hope you have a good rest of your week. And I'm going to navigate here to the place I need to go to so that when I want to stop this, it stops without a huge pause at the end. Nick says, thanks for the show. You're welcome. Thanks for being here, Nick. I guess you did stick around to the end. You said you were going to do that. So here we are. Okay, I'm going to end the stream. Okay, click that. And then I just got to click the confirmation window, and it should end in like a few seconds. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye, everyone.